you. You stop that. Hello, Archelaus. Good to see you. Good to see you. Happy Sunday. We're back at it again with House on Fata Morgana. Yeah, hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing well. I am running off of 2 steam pork buns, a nap and a dream. Yeah. Oh, bad audio. Whoops. Check, check. How we doing? Are we better? Oh my gosh. Why are you barking so much, dude? I just started. You gotta wait. You gotta give me like an hour tops without barking. Yeah, better? Nice. Thank you, thank you. Thanks for keeping me accountable, Archelaus. Appreciate it. Anyways, yeah. Besides the bad audio, hope you're doing well tonight. We are I was about to say Monochromobius Gaming, but we are Fata Morgana Gaming, and it's finally time for us to experience the true story behind the swordsman. Our resident fuckboy Yukimasa. Anyways, I've got my water. I've got my 3/4 eaten pork bun. We ready to ball. Yeah. What's it? Yeah, yesterday we ended up going to the observatory though. I went out and had a little date night, so I was like, yeah. I feel like it's been a little while since we did anything, so I was like, okay, let's start the year off right, so to speak. So that was what I was up to yesterday anyways. Observatory, and got ourselves some Chicago deep dish pizza too, which was really good. Anyways, yeah, not much really about today though. After I got home, I just like knocked the fuck out, fell asleep for an hour, and now I'm like kind of here. And I hope my nose is okay. It was kind of weird, but I was getting a bloody nose when I was doing some grocery shopping earlier after I got off work. And now it feels like my nose is like stuffy, which is like, not great. Not great when we're doing a lot of talking. But we get by. We get by. It's probably like the dry heat. Or the dry cold. Just like dry everything. Now that the rain's finally passed in California, we're back to living our dry life. Yeah, I never had a bloody nose before, but it sounds like it sucks. You know, I actually get them very frequently, Archelaus. Like, I think since maybe in the past 4 months, I've had anywhere between like 8 and 15. It's kind of like a common occurrence. Something about my nose just really likes to bleed. Anyways, hop to it. As you know, I'm not from this land. The issue is, I don't know any more about where I came from than you. I remember the Silk Road, stretching out before me as far as the eye can see. Clouds of dust wisping across the bare dirt trail. That endless expanse of red earth. Red earth. Remains branded into my very fabric of my mind. But beyond that... Beyond what? Trails mentioned? Most of my memories are gone. Oh. clicked somewhere I didn't want to.
I can only clearly remember the last 5 years or so of my life. In my oldest real memory, I was a slave.
Ah.
I didn't work on some nobleman's estate, but instead I did physical labor, construction work. I built roads and buildings, tore down hills and mountains.
Now, hearing that makes me wonder if we actually had, what's his name, Yukimasa and Mel existing in the other stories too. Like, because I think they talked about like laborers during Jacopo's story for like the railroad expansion and all that. Like maybe Yukimasa was like somewhere around there.
That's where it was decided someone built like I am would be the most use, I suppose. And while I doubt I need to tell you this, living conditions were miserable. Other slaves withered away and died on a daily basis. Working a noble's estate would have been easier, without a doubt. If only for the fact I would have a specific master. I don't remember anything about my life before becoming a slave. All I have are these few images, from which I can guess I was a part of a caravan. Or perhaps a messenger. I vaguely remember being waylaid.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds unlikely as their souls may have been captured by Morgana by then. Yeah, but like by then, I think every, like, what I mean to say is like, they were reconstructed during that time. Because like everyone exists here now, like in the Morgana like timeline, the Save Morgana timeline. So like everyone must have existed then too, like if this is like the past. So they would have died and then got reincarnated during like each and every one of those lives. Like maybe we had Jacopo and Yukimasa and Mel's timeline like 100 couple years from now. And then like even more further with the Yukimasa stuff, and then like further than that with Jacopo. It's kind of where I was getting at.
We were vastly outnumbered, massacred with little resistance. Or at least I assume that's what happened. When I next woke up, I had been stripped bare and was surrounded by men I didn't recognize. The words they spoke were gibberish to my ears, but I could tell from their tone of voice and expressions that the things they were saying were not friendly. They seemed to be mocking me, laughing at me. As you might expect, I attempted to protest, but evidently I had been beaten quite badly while I was unconscious. My joints were stiff and swollen, on top of my dehydration, so I could barely move, let alone put up a fight.
Just like me.
As strong as I might have been at full health, I was in no condition to do anything then. You have no idea what that's like. How it feels to be abused and humiliated, desperate for food and water.
Oh, don't we?
Oh, I see. So as I was saying, I was a slave for one grueling, torturous year. No one treated me like a human being.
Oh, Maybe we got that in common.
There was no one from the same part of the world as me. And there was no one to come to my aid. Over time, I came to learn their language. Though I can only speak it, I don't know how to read or write. But to be honest, I think I was happier not understanding what people were saying about me. They had many words to describe me, none of them flattering. Some of them would even call me beast. And the longer I was treated as something less than human, the more I began to question whether I really was one. A darkness grew inside me with each repeated insult. I wanted to make them pay for the daily abuse. And who wouldn't? The desire to exact revenge when you've been mistreated is only natural. It's perfectly reasonable. But they were right about what I was deep down, a beast. And my revenge went far beyond what could be considered reasonable.
Yeah, I mean, he kind of just like popped off and never stopped popping off.
4 years ago, I was sitting in a carriage as it rattled along a dirt road. This was not the kind of carriage you rode bound town in, but a filthy slave transport. It was packed front to back with slaves, or soon-to-be slaves, I suppose I should say. There were men, young women, and even children.
Yep, like Morgana.
Everyone wore a look of hopelessness on their face, and no one had the strength left to resist. They looked like me a year earlier, deprived of food and water, and beaten into submission. The slave traders' guards were armed, of course, swords hanging from their hips, ready to cut down anyone who showed any sign of resistance. So they sat there, lamenting their fate. Sitting beside me was a young girl, crying in silence. Glancing over her, I caught a glimpse of her face. Large chunks of skin seemed to have fallen off it. It was, suffice it to say, an unusual sight. But beyond that, I didn't think much of it. I didn't find it disturbing or unpleasant. Perhaps because I had a similarly unusual appearance. What caught my attention, though, was the way she was crying. I'm not sure how to describe it, but it seemed different somehow from everyone else's crying in the carriage. It was almost like her tears were not for herself.
Ah.
Why are you crying?
At my question, the girl turned
Her head up to look at me.
I'm gonna be talking like this for a while, aren't I?
Surprise crossed her face for a few brief seconds, but that was her only reaction to my appearance. I assume her thought process was roughly the same as mine, so she felt no need to fear me. After a moment's hesitation, she said,
I'm sad because I didn't get a chance to show my gratitude to the people very dear to me.
Her response perplexed me to no end. Why was she concerned about showing gratitude? Why was she not despairing of her own circumstances? Why was that the emotion that gripped her in that moment? Not hatred for the slave trader, or sorrow for herself. To this day, I still don't understand. But that wasn't the only thing I found curious. Her voice, despite being soft, cut through the crying and wailing of the other slaves. I pictured it like a single patch of clear water in the middle of a swamp. Untainted by its surroundings, gently undulating. One sentence was all she said, but there was something unbelievably calm about the sound of it.
You know, Yukimasa really did learn the language well. To be out here saying shit like undulating, I don't think I've ever used the word undulating in my, life. Like, of course I know what it means, but, it's never once been like, oh yeah, that shit be undulating.
One sentence was all she said, but there was something unbelievably calming about the sound of it. For a moment, I was filled with a sense of tranquility. Though you may not believe it, I wanted to get her out of that filthy carriage.
Oh.
To undo the shackles threatening to taint her. And so I took action, driven by that desire. This is no lie, I promise.
I'm kind of inclined to believe him.
No, don't kill me! Please, you can have all my money. You can go free, if that's what you want. I'll apologize. Anything. Why are you laughing? Please spare me. I have a wife and children. Please. I'm begging you. And why should I care?
Oh, I've heard that noise. That's the peasant noise from Warcraft 3 when you kill him. Oh, he dead.
Holding a sword in my hand felt amazingly right. Whatever work I once did must have required me to use a blade. Even with the shackles still around my wrists, I had little trouble slaughtering the slave traders and their guards. They let their guards down because we were restrained. The thought of anyone resisting never once crossed their mind. Dead bodies sprawled out around me. Corpses I had made, lives I had snuffed out. Look at this. See? No one can defeat me. They stood no chance against my strength.
Yeah. Just a lot of laughing. He's a big old jokester.
More. I need more. I need more. I don't have the words to describe the high it gave me killing those men. The power I felt over them. I was driven mad by the stench of blood filling the air. No. It just drew out what was always there. If I weren't already deranged, the corpses would have done nothing to stimulate, the corpses would have had nothing to stimulate in the first place.
It's kind of like I said. It really is about power with Yukimasa.
After taking the keys off one of the slave traders, I returned to the carriage, doing my best to act calm and suppress the bubbling exhilaration. Hey you, unlock my shackles for me. I would do it myself if I could. You. Say something, would you? Huh. But she said nothing, simply removing my shackles as commanded. If she had said even one word, let me hear that curiously calming voice of hers, then in all likelihood, I probably would have stopped there.
Yeah, but after she freed him, didn't he like go out and kill every slave too?
But she remained perfectly silent. Everyone was in shock at what they had just witnessed, her included. In time, though, the slaves started cheering. The same people who had been wailing minutes earlier were now shouting praises.
Our savior! You're our savior! We're free to go home! We can have our lives back! Undo our shackles, please.
I am a beast.
What? Hey, yo. Pause.
I'm not a savior. I'm not a man. I'm a beast. Isn't that right? I'm a beast, aren't I?
What are you?
More. I need more. I thirst for more.
Why are you pointing your...
I need more.
Rip. F's in the chat.
In that moment, the last of my reason dissolved. I went into a frenzy, slaughtering the helpless slaves I had never intended to kill. I was euphoric. I couldn't get enough. I reveled in it. Never before had I felt such utter ecstasy. Their cries for mercy as I ripped through them were delicious. The look of fear in their eyes, the way their faces twisted, the splatters of blood around their mouths, open in screams, the despair that filled them. I didn't care anymore that they were just as much victims as me, that they had suffered the same abuse and humiliation. All of that was buried beneath the waves of bliss that ravaged me. Or ravished me. Everyone who asked to be spared, I skewered. I worked my way around the inside of the carriage, killing dozens upon dozens of slaves. Heads went rolling off shoulders, hot geysers of blood spewing from the open necks. I was practically wading through blood by that point. Some bodies I completely dismembered. Others I disemboweled, leaving their entrails to hang out of their open guts. All of them had looks of agony frozen into their faces as death took them.
Yeah. Just kind of repeating the pain that was given to him in the world.
I don't know if I was unconsciously avoiding her, or if it was just coincidence. But the girl was the only one left alive. She, of course, hadn't been spared the mess, so she sat there, drenched in sticky, red gore. Her lips appeared to be trembling, though I couldn't tell for sure with so much of her skin missing. The fire inside me still burned white hot. She was the reason I'd done any of this in the first place. I had stood up because I wanted to set her free. But my original intentions were long since gone from my mind. Raw pleasure overwhelmed any sense of reason. I approached the girl, pointing the sword at her neck. I expected her to scream, to beg her for her life like the others. But she did nothing, simply stared at me. Why didn't you run? At my question, the girl finally spoke.
Why did you kill them?
The sound of her voice quelled the furor within me. It baffled me. I had no control over it, yet the strange girl could pacify me with a single utterance. The words she used didn't matter. It was her voice. She could have called me a monster, and it would have had the same effect. Because I felt like it. I couldn't explain my reason for murdering the slaves. I didn't have the words to express the things that drove me. All I could tell her was that I did it because I felt like it.
Why haven't you killed me yet?
I couldn't find a sure answer for that question, in my somewhat rattled mind either. In retrospect, I realized now that her voice was my first tether. But at the time, I had no idea why I didn't take her life in my frenzy.
First tether? So he met the nun after the girl? Huh. Not how I would have expected it.
I had killed other children, other women. Young, old, sad, miserable. It didn't matter. Nothing had so much as prickled my conscience. I don't know, I said, and then I stepped off the carriage and walked away. Left with questions I couldn't answer. Was I really a beast? Was unleashing my innate savagery and reveling in the massacre of helpless people really all I wanted? I didn't know.
I mean, it's chasing the power that comes with the freedom that comes with being the one in control. That's how I am, like, understanding it, you know? Having to go through, like, no memories, a year of torture, and, like, back-to-back slave shit, like, we get it. Not what I would have done, I think. Probably, I mean, I can't say. We've never been under that kind of mental duress, but not what I would have wanted to do were I to be in that situation.
After escaping from the slave traders, I became something of a bandit. I had no hope of anyone taking me in. Not only was I a murderer, I was a foreigner. Nor did I have any chance of finding decent work. So I lived by the sword, killing and plundering. The money I honestly didn't give a damn about. I had no desire to be wealthy. It was simply a matter of survival. That, and quenching my thirst. I went on for about 3 years like that.
Damn. Damn, so you're telling me Morgana didn't see this guy for a while?
Until finally encountering something I couldn't defeat with my sword. No amount of muscle was enough to protect myself from disease. One day I woke up with the chills, my vision blurry, barely able to move my own limbs.
He got hit with that bad fever.
I set off for a nearby village, hoping to see a doctor, but my body didn't last that long. I collapsed on the side of the road, drained of my last strength. It was a moderately busy road at that, so I assume I had made it close to the city.
Oh, you know what? Come to think of it, he was employed by Jacopo. If he got employed by Jacopo, he's got to meet him sometime in the story, right? Like, obviously, we didn't have to see Jacopo because of Mel. Like, Mel Mel didn't have a Jacopo moment, really. He had a moment with Yukimasa, but Jacopo was just like kind of always in the background. Yukimasa, on the other hand,
dozens of people passed by, silently pretending not to see anything. I didn't look like someone a respectable person would want to involve themselves with in normal circumstances, so it was no surprise they weren't interested in this sick, filthy foreign man. Hell, I couldn't remember the last time I bathed.
Yukimasa stinky?
It was hard to look at me, let alone get anywhere near me. This is where I'm going to die, I thought. It seemed like a suitable end to a mad, murderous monster's life, withering away on the side of the road beneath sneering passerby. The fact that I was still alive at all after 3 years of leeching off other people's lives was itself wrong. I didn't lament my impending demise. I accepted that such was the way of the world. But then...
Oh, shit. The nun saved him.
I glanced up to see a woman in a nun habit looking down at me. Or down on me.
Are you alright? Are you sick? I'm going to check your temperature, okay? Wow, you're burning up. You shouldn't be out here in this condition. Do you not have anywhere to go? Don't worry, I've got you covered. There's a church not too far from here. Hang in there just a little longer and you'll be fine.
And what is your god going to do for me?
He helps people in need? It's not very big, but we've got room for people who need it. You can rest up in one of the open beds, and I should be able to get you a little something to eat. I promise it'll be better than staying out here at any rate. So they kind of started liking each other after she became a nun. Can you stand? Not a problem. We can do this together. Put your arm around my shoulders. The church isn't that far. We can do it.
You are going to carry me.
Yep. It'll be fine. We'll make it one way or another. Oh, excuse me. Hopefully the audio's still okay. I bumped my cable. Damn, he heavy. Almost. We're almost there. Just a little longer.
I'm heavy, aren't I?
Very, very heavy. But that's not a problem. I can do anything if I put my mind to it.
Just throw me in a ditch.
Now, God doesn't like his children talking like that. Almost there. We're almost there. So how are you feeling? Better, I hope. I've left some applesauce on the bedstand, if you're feeling up to eating anything. You know, I don't know if I've ever had applesauce in my life. I feel like saying that is kind of... Like, applesauce felt like such a staple, like, kid food growing up. Like, I feel like it was always pushed as, like, oh yeah, give applesauce to your kids, they'll love it. And, like, I'm sure it's good. But, like, I was not in an applesauce household. We never had applesauce. We just had, like... Well, I don't know if applesauce would be, like, something you eat at home. It's more like a lunch... Like a thing you put in a lunch bag, I feel. Because, like, when I would eat at home, it was always, like... my mom would make me like quesadillas or something back when I was growing up. Or like maybe like a ham and cheese sandwich, but like never really anything like applesauce. Yeah, it's okay, but it tastes better when it's cold. Yeah, like I wouldn't want to eat a lukewarm apple or like a hot apple. I mean, unless it's in a pie, but like a hot apple by itself kind of just feels wrong. It needs to be like a crisp, cool, like crunch. And you're welcome to stay here as long as you need to.
Why did you help me?
Because that's what people do. They help each other.
That's not what most people do.
I like to think it is.
You church people are exceptions.
I'm not sure I agree with that.
This woman is only showing me compassion because she doesn't know what I am. She wouldn't be so friendly if she knew I was a madman and a murderer.
If there's anything else you want, let me know. I can't make you any fancy dinners, but if it's anything I can get, I will.
Could you tell me your name?
I'm Marie.
Marie. After, who was it? The Virgin?
You're not familiar with the Virgin Mary?
Just look at me. I'm clearly not from these parts.
Yeah, I can see that. So that'd make you a traveler, huh? You speak the language really well, though. He got Ego Jozud. I mean, I don't even know if they're speaking English. I take it you've been here a while, then.
Yes, I have.
Yeah, it's still kind of like not 100% clear on like which area of the country we're in. Like, I know it feels very like European with like the lords and the knights and like the castles and stuff. Like kind of like Germanic. But I'm not sure. How exciting. So when you're feeling better, maybe you could tell me about the country you came from. I've never been far from home, so I'm curious what it was like elsewhere. Yeah, it was probably ancient English, very different from Victorian English or modern, yeah.
There's nothing I could tell you.
It can be anything. Tell me about yourself if you want.
I'm even less inclined to do that.
Get better soon, okay? I'm looking forward to hearing all about it.
I'm not sure there's anyone out there more deserving of the Virgin Mary's name.
What was that?
Your name. It suits you.
Oh, no, not at all. I'm incredibly flattered to hear you say that, but I hardly live up to the name. What's your name, by the way?
I have no name.
You don't?
If you want something to call me by, you can choose a name for me. Anything you want. I am nameless. You give me a name.
Very demanding. I think you should be the one to choose your name. I'd be more than happy to help, though. But you should go with the name you think is best. Best. Best.
I see.
Well, I should get going. I'll be around, so if you need anything, just holler. Yeah, like that. I could imagine like her saying that and like the camera being like hard focused on after like she says best. Kind of like, ooh, almost said bestia. Or like bestia? Yeah. Bye then.
How am I supposed to choose a name for myself when I don't know anything about me?
Damn, he kind of like me. We also haven't really chosen a name. Well, more than anything, I want to say like Nichi Rokuhachi. Like, it feels long. Like when I type it out, is it too long? Like when I look at that in chat, is that longer than most like VTuber names? Because I feel like I love the idea of having like the like MG Nishi Rokuhachi. But like it feels kind of long. Nichi Rokuhachi though, now that I'm kind of looking at it, doesn't feel like too long. Maybe, you know what? I need to like look into it a little more. Like, maybe I want to see if there's any like symbolism, anything that I can do with like the numbers 21 and 68. And then like when we do like find that, hell, we might even get like an Oshi mark or something. Anyways, enough of the name tangent. We haven't come up with a different last name.
I recovered quickly with a proper bed and a roof over my head. Out on the road, I had been certain I stood no chance, but I was back on my feet after only 3 days at the church. My body was more resilient than I ever knew. And now that I was back in health, I had no intention of sticking around. Thank you for everything. I would be dead if it weren't for you.
No thanks necessary. I'm just glad to see you're feeling better. There's no need to be in such a rush to leave, you know. Stay a bit longer, make sure everything's alright.
I'm not going to stay as long as necessary.
If you're sure.
Take this as payment for the food and lodgings.
I can't accept that, no. The blood money? We don't charge for charity.
Charity is not free. You paid for it. Let me pay you back.
I can't.
Please, take the money.
If you insist, I can accept it as a tithe.
A tithe?
Think of it like a donation to the church. Like you said, the work we do isn't free.
Alright then, a tithe it is.
Thank you. And may God bless you for your generosity.
So long.
Hey, if you're ever in the area, maybe you could stop by sometime? I never did get a chance to have a talk with you. And I was really looking forward to it too. Is this Pauline catching feelings? Frame 1?
I'll just cause you more trouble.
What? No, you wouldn't. What makes you think that? Does Pauline just want someone to take care of? Are you afraid you'll scare people off because you look different? I really don't think you need to be worried about that.
It's not just my appearance. Do you mean it? And it won't be any trouble having me around?
I absolutely mean it.
Okay. I'll consider it.
Wonderful. I can't wait to see you again.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm now realizing why I tapped my mic cable. It's because it's not wrapped around my microphone arm. Give me 1 second and let me wrap that. Because it feels like kind of awkward for me to hit my mute button when I sniffle. Alright, I saw you liked the video for Wua. I mean, I didn't have the context, but it seemed kind of funny, Archaeolus. Let me wrap my cable. 1 second. Okay, I think that's good. Audio's still okay?
Believe me, I knew I had no place involving myself with her. A killer making himself comfortable in the house of God. I don't even believe in their deity, and I still knew that was nothing if not extremely disrespectful. The money I had donated to the church wasn't even clean. It was stolen. I didn't feel the slightest bit of guilt about it, though. I was more than conscious of what I was doing, but none of that mattered to me. She had smiled when she took it. That was enough. Seeing the nun smile put my heart at ease, much like the sound of the slave girl's voice had several years before. It restrained me, suppressed my urges. That smiling face was my new tether. I'd always believed that I was at my happiest while torturing people. That my thirst for murder was ingrained in my soul. But as exhilarating as taking others' lives was, there was a part of me that yearned for peace. I had gotten a taste of that with her, and I wanted more. Even knowing I had no place in that world, that peace was something I could never attain. Still, I longed for it.
Whoa! My dog knocked over a little table I have next to my desk. Table jump scare. It's okay. It can stay on the ground. There was nothing on it.
It started with very brief visits every few months. In time, though, their frequency began to increase. Soon it was once a month, then twice, then once a week. The length of my visits gradually grew as well. Every time I showed up, the nun greeted me with a smile, quenching my thirst without the need for blood. The more we met, the more I endeavored to be a normal human man around her.
That's kind of scary as like a thought though, no? Like if she didn't smile, he would revert. He would go crazy.
Or to play the part of one. I thought that if I had acted like there was nothing wrong with me, then I wouldn't be out of place at her side. I wanted to feel like I belonged in that peaceful world where she lived.
It's the giant man! Marie, the giant man's here!
Giant?
Kind of rare, right? Aren't, like, statistically most Japanese men, like, kind of short? Like, what's the average height? Average Japanese male? Above average, though. Yeah, like 5'7". Yeah, that's what I hear about most Asian men, yeah. Yukimasa is, like, built a little different. That or everyone in this village is tiny. But I'm not one to speak, because I am exactly the average height. Hello there. I was beginning to think you weren't coming this week.
I was having trouble deciding on what to bring you.
Yeah, but I've also heard that the average height of people has increased over time. Yeah, I think I've heard that too. Eventually, this 5'6"-ish, 5'7"-ish is going to be incredibly short. But to be fair, I feel like both of my parents were, like, mad short too. Like, I got practically a whole head over my dad. And, like, when it came to my mom, I don't really know how much taller I was than her. Because, like, we were still a kid when she passed, but like I feel like she was right about the same height as my dad, maybe if not just a tiny bit taller. So I feel like I would have also been taller than my mom. That might have been because of the lack of food and nutrition stuff. Yeah, true. Very true.
You're always welcome here, you know? You don't have to bribe yourself in. But I appreciate it. Thank you.
I wouldn't feel right if I didn't bring something. I brought a variety of fruits for you today, so you can share them with the children.
They'll be delighted. Thank you so much.
It's nothing, really.
So have you decided on a name for yourself yet?
Not yet, no.
Nothing at all? It makes talking to you a little awkward, not having anything to call you. I gotta hit you with that, hey you there, hey.
Nah, I still be doing that to some of my coworkers if I'm being quite honest. I only just found out one of the coworkers' names that I've been working with for the past like 2 months. I found out his name because I heard someone else say it. And I didn't want to have to ask for his name again after that amount of time, especially when he was always calling me by my name. You know, it's always like a little awkward. Like when someone else remembers your name, but like you don't remember theirs. So I was like, hey, yeah. but yeah.
In that case, the giant man is as good as anything.
Did he get under your skin?
A little. I'm not that big, am I?
We're all giants to little kids. I do wish they'd be a little less blunt about it sometimes, though.
Yeah, maybe Yukimasa is built like Kiryu. Because Kiryu is built different. Isn't he like 6-something?
Indeed. I suppose it's better than them being afraid of me.
We might need a little look-see. A look-see at Kiryu? I wouldn't mind.
The children have strong nerves.
They're ordinary kids. You're just not a scary person.
They only assume I'm harmless because I'm with you.
What? You make it sound like you're actually dangerous or something.
Because I am.
Don't get worked up about it. The only thing different about us is our race. Everything else is exactly the same.
I mean, gender too, right?
I'm not so sure.
You must have had some pretty awful experiences because of your appearance, then, to make you so concerned about it. I wish I could say I understood your pain.
That's not necessary.
But if I could, then maybe I'd feel a little closer to you. If only I could be even half the same race as you.
Huh? What did Polly mean by that? That's kind of weird. Like, imagine going up to a Japanese man and being like, damn, I wish I was half Japanese.
You have nothing to gain from being more like me.
You don't think so? I think there's a lot that would be nice about it. I would probably have really pretty black hair at least. If I'm ever reborn, I'd like to be more like you.
What color is your hair? We haven't seen her outside of like the nun outfit in this universe. But she did have black hair, huh?
Why are you so obsessed with being like me?
I just am.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we know that Pauline feels like trapped. In a way.
That was about the time I started noticing the feelings she had for me. At first I thought I was simply being egotistical. That there was no way a woman like her would be interested in a man like me. But I couldn't think of any other explanation for the way she looked at me. Back then I believed I loved her too. and that if we could be together as man and woman, that I would finally be able to attain the peace I so sought. That I could wash away my hands of the killer within me, defeat their urges once and for all. That I could step out of the darkness I had lived in for so long. That I would be able to see the light. That I would be able to experience love like any other ordinary man. So in the name of that hope, I took action. That foolish, naive hope.
Did he confess and then like got turned down because she was like, oh yeah, I fuck with God though?
What are we doing out here so late at night?
Sorry for asking you to meet me on such short notice. I hope it wasn't too much trouble sneaking out.
It certainly wasn't easy. So you had something to tell me.
What I'm about to tell you, every last word is sincere.
Oh, is he about to actually like confess? But like not to being in love, but like to being like, oh yeah, I killed people and I'm super evil. Oh no. He didn't. Because like she was surprised to hear that he was attacking Michelle.
And then once you've heard me out, I want you to turn me down.
BRB gonna make myself a snack, another personal sized pizza. Oh, sounds good. I have been really bad about eating today. It's been awful. Like, I did have some leftover pizza for lunch at work, but I haven't eaten anything else besides that and like the steam buns.
What?
Over these past few months, I've come to at least somewhat understand the responsibilities and restrictions placed on you as a nun. But even ignoring the obligation you have, I know good and well I'm not a suitable match for you. Which is why, as I said, I would like you to turn me down.
I still want to hear it.
I love you. I fell for you the moment I first saw you. I know I don't deserve to be anywhere near you, but every time we met, my desire to be with you grew stronger and stronger until it was out of my control. Turn me down, Marie, please, and I will stop trying to get close to you.
I'm not Marie.
You're not. What? Wait, did I pick out the wrong nun? I'm so sorry.
My real name is Pauline.
Pauline.
Maria is my baptismal name. It's not the name I was given at birth. I love you too. I fell for you the moment I first laid eyes on you.
Oh damn, that's crazy. Because like he was like laying on the floor like super stinky and like nearly dead. I mean, I think we get it. There is something about like disheveledness that is maybe like a little hot. If you got it, right? Of course, there's like slop dishevel and like hot dishevel.
I know it's forbidden, but I want to be with you too. Any free time I have, I want to spend it with you.
I'm glad to hear you say that.
Thank you for being honest with me.
No, thank you for not turning me down.
And then they kissed.
Wow, talk about an anxious day. When you asked me to meet you here tonight, I wondered if it might be what I wondered if that might be what it was about. It felt like my heart was going to explode all day.
Heart explode.
Guys get nervous about guys get nervous about telling girls how they feel too, don't they?
Yeah, we do.
And then Sykes crazy.
Until now, I had no idea falling in love was so hard on the nerves. Just thinking about you makes my mind turn to mush. It's hard to work like that, you know?
Is it really that stressful?
Is it like that for you too?
Yeah. Thinking about you makes it impossible to concentrate. Tell me something about... I mean, Pauline.
What is it?
Is this how she, like, separates it? She's got a persona. The Pauline persona is tanking the relationship, so Marie can continue to be a nun.
How exactly is it hard on your nerves?
What? How exactly? It's like, I'm in the clouds and I want to scream and I want to jump into a lake all at the same time.
That doesn't help me much. Could you be a little more specific?
Really? Are you trying to embarrass me? It's like my whole body gets really hot.
You mean you get aroused?
Aroused? No,
Yo, Archeolus, you might be on to something.
to put it bluntly, yes.
I see.
You're a real jerk, you know? You shouldn't go around trying to humiliate ladies.
Sorry, I didn't mean to.
Oh, you.
Well, that was insightful. So I'm not in love with her. Or romantically attracted to her.
Oh. Okay. Ah.
Or even physically attracted to her. All I want from her is her smile. Being around her doesn't arouse me. In fact, it does exactly the opposite.
Oh, damn, that's cold. I mean, she ain't that bad.
My fire burns brightest when I'm not with her. It all makes sense now. I just want someone to keep me placated. If I'm disturbed through and through, a murderer and a beast.
See, that's why I didn't want to say anything. I knew you'd laugh at me.
I'm sorry. I truly am.
Man, that's crazy, Archeolus.
I did ultimately get what I wanted out of the arrangement. She became my tether. Became an invaluable part of my life, even if I had no real love for her. When I was with her, I was at peace. That said, her presence didn't completely rid me of my urges. I was still occasionally struck with bouts of insatiable thirst. Overwhelming desire to mutilate anyone who came into my line of sight.
Real cop behavior.
And sometimes Pauline became the object of that desire. It goes without saying that I never did draw my sword on her, but I had no way of knowing when I might lose control. And if I ever did kill her, then there would be nothing left to keep me from regressing completely into a beast. Pauline and I arranged regular nighttime meetings, but never once did I tell her how I truly felt. And I had no intention to either. When I was with her, I was in the role of her lover. She never questioned my love for her, and expressing hers for me caused her to smile even more than normal.
Ah, man, I gotta sneeze. I'm good.
The happier she was, the more beneficial it was for me. Spending time with her in this capacity, I was able to gain a deeper understanding of what kind of person Pauline was. She was a deeply generous and compassionate woman. While I now understand her near-compulsive deeds of charity were a result of stress and uncertainty she felt about herself, at the time I believe she was doing it because she genuinely wanted to. I believe she wanted to save absolutely everyone, to be the saintess she had become known as. She gave assistance to anyone who sought it from her, without question. And as a result, the church's coffers quickly dried up. Her god did not supply her with an endless store of bread and wine either. In the end, Any endeavor, no matter the intentions, requires money. In time, her generosity turned excessive, self-destructive. She would even skip meals so that others could eat. In retrospect, that was probably my fault too, as I pushed her towards wanting to be a regular girl. She pushed back against that desire by being even more charitable. Soon, her actions started making the other nuns' lives difficult, giving her a less than favorable reputation within the church.
Oh, so there were other nuns before she was the only one. Damn, so she was like so different that everyone else left is crazy.
Still, she would tell me when we met up how she wished she could help even more people. If doing so would give her peace, and if I could be a part of that peace, then I wanted to grant her wish. But what could a killer like me do to help? Petty thievery wouldn't make me nearly enough money to keep a church and orphanage running. And a raid large enough and scale to do so would inevitably be traced back to the source, which would ruin the church forever. How was a murderer to acquire such a large sum of money? I was ready to jump at any opportunity that presented itself, when I received a summons from the Lord.
Jacopo finally revealed? Can we see him? Or are we gonna have to wait? Okay. Okay. He looking kind of like... He holding the stance that I want to like slap him. Hello, good evening. How you doing? How you doing? Good to see you, Eli. Hope you're doing well. Are we gonna do the same accent? We've done the same accent for everyone. I guess even in the fucking medieval ancient England or wherever the hell we are in Europe, I'm still gonna give him that southern drawl.
I take it you're the Oriental man who's been buzzing around a local church of late. When I had first saw the Lord, I was surprised at just how young he looked. There couldn't have been more than a couple of years difference between us. I had envisioned him as an elderly, or at the very least a middle-aged man.
Yeah, hope you've been doing well though. Happy Sunday, Mr. Romancing Saga Gamer. Watching you play that kind of makes me want to play it, but we're gonna have our RPG plates really, really filled next week. With Beyond the Horizon being out, with us still going through Monochrome Mobius, with us playing Xenogears, with us... That's a lot of JRPGs. I'm low-key, I don't know how I'm gonna try to fit Trails into the Horizon, or Beyond the Horizon into next week's schedule. Because, like, all of these games that I thought I would finish this week, I don't think I'm gonna finish this week. Like, I don't think I'm gonna finish Fata Morgana this week. I doubt I'm gonna finish this week.
Well, that would be me, yes. What of it?
Yeah, it's for Trails. We'll make it happen. Yeah, I want to be there day one. I'm gonna be a day one streamer of Beyond the Horizon. I will shill for Falcom. I will shill for Nisa. I will shill for Gung Ho.
That would be me, yes. What of it? Who do you think you are? Who do you think you're talking to? You impudent rat. Show some damn respect. Apologies. I'm not very familiar with the local customs or language. Huh. Very well then. You're fortunate I'm such an understanding man. Now, for the reason I called you here. You're the one who killed that cart full of slaves 4 years ago, ain't you? So you know about that. I wasn't actually sure it was you, but now I have confirmation. Since then, one slave from Far Eastern origin has remained unaccounted for. I take it that'd be you. That's right. You made one hell of a mess out there.
I don't remember if this is what I gave him. It feels a little too light.
Am I here to be punished? Depends on how our talk goes. If you think I'm going back to being a slave, you're fooling yourself. I don't need any more damn slaves. I certainly don't want you as one. You're obviously not finding any respectable work, being an ex-slave. So I take it you're still in the business of getting your hands dirty, are you not? I assume you're playing cat burglar or something, living off whatever you can swap from the nearest unlucky bastard. Correct. Isn't it comical then, that you would choose God's sacred house to stretch your legs in, you filthy dog? I absolutely agree. I thought that'd get a reaction out of you, but it seemed you got no bite in you today. Never mind, let's get down to business. You're going to help me out with a little something I'm working on. Help you with what exactly? Something that's going to make me a lot of money. And if I lend you a hand, I'll make sure you're well taken care of. Along with the church you're so fond of, and the nun you've taken a liking to.
Jacopo feels like the worst guy out of the trio now. It's funny to me because, like, when we were going through their doors, I was like, oh yeah, Jacopo seems nice. Like, he seems like the best one. But, like, he kind of really sucks here. But maybe that's just me not really liking this kind of character. Like, I detest this kind of, like, money-hungry dude. Chasing that bag, so to speak.
That nun of yours has made quite the name for herself. Out in the city proper, people have started calling her the Saintess. They're right about that. She is. The commoners love their heroes and saints. They eat that rubbish up.
Yeah, I wanna shoot him.
But saint or not, you can't simply create food from nothing. Her work is causing financial troubles for the church, is it not? It is, yes. If you help me with this, I'm offering you an entirely new church. One where she has complete control to do as she wishes. She'll make it into the biggest church in the city. She'll be able to help even more people. It should surely please her. What would you have me do? Jumping at the first whiff of scraps. You really are a dog, ain't you? I don't like conversations that overstay their welcome. Fair enough. Let's get to business. Not far from here lives a witch whose blood has the power to cause miracles. Miracle blood. Sounds like a sham to me. You never know. They say the sound of her first cry brought rain to the land she was born in, saving the whole village from drought. And they say her blood has the power to cure any disease. I'll worry about the veracity of the rumors later. Right now, all I want is for you to capture her and bring her to me. Explain something to me, Lord. You said that if I helped you, the nun would be able to save more people than she does now. So how does capturing this witch accomplish that? I'm glad you know how to listen, dog.
Dog with the W. He be speaking in that like crazy way that we be speaking in today. What's good, dog?
We'll be turning the blood into a miracle elixir, which you'll then distribute to patrons of the church. In exchange for tithes, of course. Selling it, then. Selling isn't quite the right word, but if that's how you want to think of it, by all means. The commoner's beloved Saintess handing out an all-powerful miracle medicine. They'll lap it up. And in turn, you'll make a fortune. Exactly. Money I can use to support her church. It'll be a boon to the city's economy as well. Single witch's freedom is all it'll cost for everyone here to come out happy.
Bro really said the trolley problem.
So what'll it be? Will you help? Or will I have to? I'll help. I have no reason not to.
Damn, he really is not giving Jacopo any, like, any like room to play around in. I feel like he enjoys the chase. So not giving him the like, oh yeah, like maybe not, maybe. He's just like, nah, you're no fun.
Decisive and good listening. Excellent. Once I capture the witch, where do I take her? I'll have a mansion set aside where your nun can run for church. There's an observation tower on the grounds. The witch will be kept locked up in there to ensure we have a constant supply of food. Okay. When do you want me to get her? You're just chomping at the bit now, ain't ya? I thought you hesitated at least a little, but I guess it was foolish of me to presume to understand how a killer's mind works. All the resources I put into investigating you and everyone close to you were wasted, it would seem. Do you even have a conscience? Don't act like you're any different. I assure you I have a conscience. I wouldn't be doing this if it wasn't necessary for the growth of the city. No, I mean you're as much a murderer as me. You would never come up with a scheme like this if your hands were clean. Watch your mouth, dog. Don't you dare insinuate I would ever descend to your level. I agreed to the Lord's terms. A couple days later, I made my way out to the location the Lord had given me. A small cottage by a lake where the witch was said to live. I had been instructed to take her alive, but not that I wasn't allowed to harm her. So my plan was to force my way in and immobilize her as soon as she opened the door. The Lord was right. I didn't have anything resembling a conscience. I was too far gone to be bothered by the prospect of disabling a witch. Not even the fact that I had found a degree of solace in my relationship with Pauline would change that.
Yeah, despite it all, Bestia is still kind of a freak. But we get it.
However,
Who's there?
when I heard the witch's voice through the door, I froze. It was the girl from 4 years ago. I didn't even have to see her. I knew right away. I wouldn't mistake that voice, that stream of pure, clear water cutting through the grime, for anything. I would never forget the first thing that had ever managed to suppress my desires, my first tether. When the Lord told me about the witch, I never once expected it to be her.
Who is it?
Are you the witch with the miracle blood? My hand rested on the hilt of my sword. I had at first meant to break down the door if she wouldn't open it for me.
Please leave.
However, when I heard that voice, my hand fell limp.
Please stay away from my house.
I am in need of your blood. Could you not spare a little?
I have nothing to spare for a man like you. My blood is only for the sick and needy. So please, go away. Stay away from me. I'm begging you. Get away from this place. You're a murderer. I want nothing to do with you. So please, go away.
As you say. As she had commanded, I took my leave of her cottage, in somewhat of a haze. It should have come as no surprise, but in the 4 years since our last encounter, she had no kind words left to spare me. Yet even in her derision, I still felt myself being calmed by the sound of her voice. I debated with myself. Should I do as the Lord requested and capture her? Or should I let her go free, as I had done 4 years earlier? You already know what I decided to do though, don't you? That's right. I went with the first option. After all, I had no need for 2 tethers.
Yeah, and this is when he went to go get Mel.
While breaking down her door was still an option, the witch was wary of me. If she were to somehow manage to escape, there was no saying how the Lord might react. So I stood watch, waiting for her to step outside. The problem was she never opened her door. It wasn't just me. It seemed she was wary of everyone. There was one exception, though. The boy. She left the cottage for him. They went on walks together around the lake.
There he is, our little brother. Our little brother who I do not hate anymore. Mel.
It's been a while since we last went on our walks, huh? I haven't been sleeping much, taking care of Nellie. Is her condition worsening again? Yeah. Rest assured, I will give her my blessing as many times as she needs.
Still want to punch Mel though? Yes, but lovingly.
Thanks. I really appreciate it. The weather's kind of not that great today, huh? Looks like we might get rain. It's probably not smart to stay outside much longer. Yesterday. I should get going. See you.
She was gonna say something.
Watching the two of them, it occurred to me I can make good use of the boy. And so I followed him. You have two options. Either you say no and protect the witch,
Get away.
or you help me capture her.
Get away from her. Right now.
And if you choose the witch, I kill the girl.
Get away.
Make your decision.
Get away from her.
You have until the count of 10. If you don't choose, I kill the girl. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5.
Okay, I'll do it. I'll help you. So get your sword out of her face.
Time to make that pizza. Oh, you haven't made the pizza yet, Archeolus? Go make your pizza, dog. Get that grub.
Don't kill her.
I thought you'd hold out until the last second. Well, what are you waiting for? Let's get going. Get moving. You pitiful little boy.
And the arm cut. Yeah, we taking our bite of our, like, steamed pork bun, too. You know, between a steamed pork bun and a baked pork bun, I kind of prefer a steamed pork bun. I don't know what it is about, like, the white bread. I even think it's, like, I don't know if it's less flavorful. But, like, I feel like I could eat way more steamed pork buns. It's just, like, more enjoyable to me. I don't know what it is. I'm just, like, finishing this guy. Crazy for me to, like, decide to start eating after her arm gets cut off. Alright, there we go. Yeah. Just a lot of big screams. We're very bad at that. I don't want to just be like sitting in my room like going like 50 times.
Get back. No. Stay away from me. No.
Like I don't know how to vocalize that. I'm like, that's tough.
Help. Don't kill me.
Take it.
What?
That's your share. Should last you long enough.
Why? Why? Did you take my arm? What do you mean by share? Why?
And then he runs off. What if we opened a cold one for the bit? Alright. It was not a cold one. It was a room temperature one. And it was a Dr. Pepper Zero. Sorry, I had to blow my nose. Alright.
My arm. My arm. My arm. Now, put me down, please. Help, someone, please.
The witch with the miracle blood had regressed into an ordinary girl, and she cried in pain like a small child. I wasn't going to get very far with her wailing, so I gagged her, tied her up, and threw her into a burlap sack.
Excuse me.
Nothing personal. I just need your blood.
How would I burlap sap? Do I put this like towel on my mouth? Not the one I've been blowing my nose in, but we are method acting.
Without it, she'll lose her church. She needs the money. I need some way of getting enough money to keep her church running. So the Lord made me an offer. I brought him the witch with the miracle blood. He would finance a whole new church for her. So don't take it personally. I tossed the sack into the cart I had waiting outside, then made my way into the mansion as per the Lord's instructions. The two of us then locked the witch in the observation tower. When I told the Lord I had used the boy as bait to get her to open her door, he gave an exasperated sigh and said,
You oaf. Now the boy knows too.
Involving a third party was not part of the plan. Is there anything at all in that head of yours, dog? I can kill him if that's a problem. Don't be hasty. Describe him for me. Did he seem like he came from a wealthy family? He's young, still in his teens. He lives with his little sister. He looked reasonably well off, probably of noble blood. Picked one hell of a target to use as your bait. Should I kill him? There are people in this world you can make disappear quietly. People no one will notice have gone missing. You're one of them. The boy, he most likely ain't. Was the boy at all interested in the witch's blood? He seemed to be. Well, it makes things a little easier. We just have to make him into an accomplice then.
Yeah, Jacopo is like evil as hell.
That's everything up to about 6 months ago. You know what happened next, I presume. I threatened Mel, forced him to join us. He needed the blood for his sister, But even without that excuse, he didn't have the courage to run. Me, on the other hand, I involved myself of my own will. I had no reason to try to get back out. In fact, being put in charge of one of the 3 keys gave me an excuse to meet up with her more often. The arrangement was quite beneficial for me.
Hey, I heard the news. You were selected to be a part of the Lord's personal guard? Now you've got it made. Congrats.
You exaggerate. It was nothing.
Oh, now, no need to be so humble. He wouldn't have picked you if he didn't really trust you. Everyone around here knows just how hard it is to earn the Lord's trust.
If you say so.
It hasn't been easy for him, I hear. He only assigns those he really trusts to work so close to him.
Huh. I hope you're right.
He trusts you, I'm sure of it.
I certainly can't tell her the real reason I suddenly became his guard.
And I've got some more exciting news too. The Lord sent a messenger for me earlier. Apparently he's building a new church and he wants me to serve as a nun there. Can you believe it?
You shouldn't be surprised. You are the city saintess after all. It's little wonder you would be his first choice.
I really don't think I'm that important.
Do you not want the position?
No, I'm delighted to have such an incredible opportunity. This will allow me to help so many more people than before. It's wonderful.
That's good to hear. Tell me, am I not wrong in thinking helping people was the one thing you want more than anything else? Am I?
The pause.
Right. That's what I want more than anything in the world.
I see. Hey, smile for me, would you?
Huh? I've been smiling the whole time, haven't I?
Not just now. Forever.
Of course. When I'm with you, nothing could possibly take the smile off my face.
I'm glad to hear it.
Cute. But also we know he's evil. So it's like a little less cute.
I never knew someone could lose so much weight while still eating every day. You might have to increase your portions. If there's anything in particular you want, just tell me.
I hear children's voices. From outside, I hear children's voices.
Ah, the kids are here to see the saintess. It has gotten quite noisy out there of late, yes?
Oh. The saintess.
Your voice has gotten raspy too. Was that my doing? Did I take your voice? That's unfortunate. To me, your voice held far more value than your blood. And I took that away from you.
Yes. You 3 took everything from me.
So we did. Enough chatter, dog. The Lord's scheme was a success. The witch's blood brought in an influx of donations, which the Lord invested in various businesses in the city. I have no idea if the blood actually has miraculous powers, but there were certainly people claiming to have been healed by it. It wasn't long before people who weren't sick started making use of the supposed cure-all medication, saying it had preventative properties as well. As word of the elixir spread, the Lord's profits grew in kind. One fact was undeniable. The witch's blood stimulated the city's dramatic growth.
It may have sucked for her, but man, the economy flourished. The shareholders' profits went up. Let me move myself a tiny bit. Yeah, that's fine.
And that's everything. Appalling, is it not?
Morgana.
If you hate me for what I did to her, you can take this sword and kill me with it. And you can have my key. I won't put up a fight.
Oh, wow, what?
You have the right to exact punishment on me.
Oh, right, because he believes we're an angel. Right.
Killing you would accomplish nothing. It is neither my place to forgive nor punish you. As much as it would make me feel better, doing so would serve no meaningful purpose. I would like you to give me a little time, though. I need time to cool down enough that I can talk to you with a clear head.
Of course.
Yeah, because he did kind of just get, like, stabbed and broken and, like, fingers, like, cracked by this dude, like, a couple hours ago. I'd be pissed off, too.
So you are still willing to speak with me?
I gave you my word. I told you I would help figure out what path you should take.
You're an honorable man. I will not force your hand if you don't want to do this. You can tell me to leave and I'll walk right out that door.
More than anger or hatred. I'm simply deeply pained.
Maybe things would have turned out better if I were as sympathetic a man as you. People are supposed to feel happy or sad for each other. I can't, though, which must make me a beast.
He's got a little bit of that sociopath. But he's aware.
When you first met Morgana, you felt a desire to rescue her from her slave traders, did you not? You thought of someone other than yourself.
I never saw that desire through, though. My thirst far overpowered anything I may have wanted to do for her. The next time we met, I sold her to the Lord. As I said before, there is no room for interpretation in the things I've done. Whatever I might have wanted to do at one point, it's all meaningless now. Regardless, anything I do for someone else is ultimately for my own benefit. Because it's what I need.
No matter how selfish your motivations may ultimately be, please let me believe some part of you does genuinely want to help her.
All right. I know I'll sound like a hypocrite for saying this, but sitting back and waiting for her to die is not what I want. When I cut off her arm, I didn't feel any of the thrill or euphoria that I usually do when I take my sword to someone. I can't say whether that means I had a conscience, if but for a moment, or I just wasn't myself at the time. If you can save her, though, please do. I can't do anything. If I try, it'll only make things worse.
Cannot do everything on my own either. Give me your word that you will atone to Morgana for your actions.
While I doubt making reparations will clear me of my crimes, if that is what you want me to do, then that is what I will do. Can I ask you something?
What is it?
Tell me more about my next life. I want to know what kind of man I am. I want to know every mistake I make. All the details.
I warn you, it's a tale far more barbaric than anything you can imagine. Do you still want to hear it?
I do. And I have little doubt that I will believe it. If you are worried I might react the way I did earlier, I'll lay down my sword. You can tie me up too if you want.
That won't be necessary. I'm going to trust you. I'll tell you the whole hopelessly tragic truth. Everything I saw, with no embellishments.
Please do.
And so I told him the tale I witnessed beyond the second door. That he lost his memory in a shipwreck. He was treated like a beast by the people on the land where he was washed up. And then he massacred countless people. And that he took the life of his lover who had come in search of him, never wavering in her belief that he was still alive. I told him about the white-haired girl. I told him about the things he made Giselle do. I didn't hide anything. As I spoke, he would occasionally grimace or his eyes would go wide for a moment, but not once did he interrupt me. He sat there in silence until I finished.
You weren't kidding. That was far worse than I had imagined.
It's the truth, though. You become the target of Morgana's loathing, and you're led back to this mansion. That's what lies in your future. As difficult as it may be to comprehend, that person is you. The man who does all those things hundreds of years from now is you.
I really am a beast. A horrendously precarious creature.
As I interpret it, when you lost your memory, you also lost everything you used to suppress your nature. You lost the foundation you built, and as a result, you are no longer able to maintain that balance. Hey yo, hey, good to see you, Jeremy. Hope you are doing well on that beach life. Hope the meeting with the client went good. We just got finished with the Yukimasa backstory. It was about what I expected, if I'm being quite honest.
Will that mean that what I am now is comparatively speaking human? No, I'm no different now. I have no more control over myself when I'm killing people than the man you described.
Just don't lose your memories, Oomph.
You've seen me do reprehensible things. And in spite of that, you were never condescending or insulting. Never acted disgusted or afraid of me. Are all angels as compassionate as you?
I'm not an angel. I was simply biting my tongue. Yeah, slight jam due to today being the first day of school for the year. So like a lot of peeps. Yeah.
Are you afraid of me then?
I'm not afraid of you now.
What are you then? I don't understand.
I am of the belief that now is not the appropriate time for me to allow my personal feelings to influence my actions. My task is to save Morgana. If I'm to be honest with you for a moment, I despise the man you are in the future. But I'm also equally frustrated at myself. You're right. The things you did were inexcusable. You murdered innocents. You killed the woman who came searching for you. But on a personal level, what angers me the most is that you put blood on the hands of the woman I love. I know very well that, to you, it's something you haven't done yet. But it was still your soul. It tears me apart inside that I couldn't return in time to stop it. You'd be hard-pressed to find anyone who wouldn't be angry, to know someone they care about had received that kind of treatment.
I suppose. If that is how you feel, though, aren't you interested in taking revenge on me?
As I mentioned before, there are times when allowing your emotions to take the reins is the wrong course of action. This is one of those times. Seeking vengeance is the wrong thing for me to do right now. If I can eliminate Morgana's hatred, the three of your souls will be set free as well.
So you're going to save me too?
Yes, I am.
I love the way he looked away for a second. Like, he's looking at him straight in the eyes. That's conviction.
I don't consider myself worthy of redemption. Especially not after hearing about the things I will do. I am a beast through and through. A twisted psychopathic monster.
You were conflicted, though. You struggled against the creature that dwelled inside you. It's true that you found perverted joy in violence and murder, but you also felt kindness, which caused a part of you to seek peace. And the same can be said of you in this time as well. If you actually were nothing but a beast, or rather nothing but a man that derived pleasure, I can't talk, or rather nothing but a man that derived pleasure in killing.
Always love Time Story where 1600 is the past and now we're in the linear future of 10,000 or 1000. Yeah, true. We are in the future that is in the past.
Maybe then I could have truly reviled you. Then you would be irredeemable, no matter what had turned you into that. No matter how much pain and suffering had driven you to that point. But your instability, your constant shifting desires, your mental frailty, all appear to me as very human traits.
We talking about that to be human is to be flawed type shit. Facts.
Tell me, how should I live my life from here on?
What is it you want most?
The easiest road for me would be the one I walk now, to continue being a killer. No fighting my desires, no resisting what's inside me. Would that be my salvation? To abandon my humanity entirely? I don't know what I should do, what I'm supposed to do. I'm at a complete loss about everything.
I would like to believe that your desire to live in peace is sincere. And that's what I want for you too. It'll be the more trying path, yes, because you'll have to fight against your nature to stay on it. But we live in the human world. And you also have Pauline, who wants the same thing, extending her hand for you, inviting you to join her. So I encourage you to suppress your urges. Your life will not be easy for it, but I implore you to take the rocky road, for your own sake, and for hers.
Even if it means my entire life is built on a foundation of lies.
Before today, I believed it was wrong not to be true to oneself. But as I listened to you tell your tale, I came to realize that maybe there are exceptions. Some things you can, possibly should, keep locked inside you, where they can't hurt anyone else.
That's a hard thing to come to terms with.
However, I also think you have a tendency to try and act too perfect around her, both in this life and the next. You cover up so much of yourself, you become an entirely different person. You can be your conflicted, imperfect self around her. The man you are right now, lost in trying to find his way. I have little doubt she'll accept that man.
Yeah, Fata Morgana Gakuen. Michelle is the heroine. 3 dudes are the targets. Morgana's the secret MC. Sometimes I wonder what I'm thinking.
What you need most is restraint.
I see. So tell me, do you think my future can be changed?
This is gonna be like a line.
I don't know for certain, so all I can do is speculate. But as you share the same soul, I expect any changes you make now will be reflected in your future incarnation.
I have my work cut out for me then. Pauline, she believed in me. She put her faith in a beast and went out in search of him. I cannot allow myself to be the kind of monster that would murder a woman like her. I have to change.
Ooh, hitting us with the symbols that I don't know. We're gonna need like a translate for that.
I will change the future. You can do it. When my life here comes to an end, I vow to make my next one better. Thank you for listening to me, and for giving me guidance.
Oh, comrade in Chinese, ah.
I can't say I'm particularly suited for the job. Knowing that my words are going to influence the direction of another's life is an unimaginable amount of pressure.
I don't know. I'd say you pull it off well enough.
Maybe Fata Morgana Gakuen. Michelle is like the guidance counselor. The way we be like changing these lives. We just get to see like the nastiest like love triangles, and like they're all bullying Morgana until like we change fate. Is this I don't know. Yeah, Yukimasa be a teenager beating people up, yeah. Instead of murder and killing, it's just bullying. And maybe like a little bit of assault. No, I feel like Yukimasa would still have to kill people as a kid. You can't take that away from his character. Killing feels like such an integral part about making him be like a conflicted character.
I don't know. I say you pull it off well enough. If you ever decide to quit being an angel, you'd make a damn convincing missionary.
I have no interest in being a missionary. And as I've told you, I'm not an angel.
It's too bad. I joined the Church of Michelle. Don't look at me like that. I'm just kidding.
Now, can I get angry at you? As I've been telling you, I'm an ordinary man. I'm not special in any way, like you seem to think I am.
You're not ordinary. You're different, but not in the same way I am. I wouldn't ask any normal man to show me how to lead my life.
Yeah. You don't have to be extraordinary or like special. Or you don't have to be special to be extraordinary, is what I was trying to say. I mean, in the future, he is a part of that church.
I see.
Although, what passes for normal differs from person to person, I suppose. Just as I don't think you're normal, I'm sure there are people out there who do.
Perhaps. Or maybe they're just able to see my desires, or maybe they're just able to see my desire to be normal.
Well, That's everything I have to tell you. You're going to want to talk to the Lord next, I assume.
That's right. I'm gonna convince him to hand over his key, and then I'm gonna set Morgana free.
I doubt to have much luck convincing him of anything, but I'll help in any way I can.
I appreciate it.
I'll get him to come to supper tonight. You be there too.
Okay. I'll be there. If I could ask you one favor, though. Could you try to arrange that for as late as possible?
That should be doable. But why?
There's someone else I need to speak with first.
Is it gonna be Maria?
Alright. I'll do what I can.
Thank you.
See you this evening, then.
Did I lead him to the correct path? Will he actually find redemption at the end of it? No. I made the right decision. Even if he doesn't in this life, there's enough of a chance that he will in his next. One left, and that's it. I'm almost there, Giselle.
Yeah, changing the mind of a lord is tougher than a killer. Yeah. The commentary on that, huh?
I've almost made it to Morgana. I've come this far. All that's left is to speak with the Lord. Stay focused, Michelle. The pieces I have still don't fit together yet. As Morgana told it, the Lord was a cruel man.
Excuse me. I forgot to mute.
The Lord was a cruel man from the moment she first saw him. And he wasn't much different in the swordsman's telling of the events either. Are those portrayals the full picture of what kind of man he is? Will adding his perspective do anything but amplify Morgana's hatred? And if he really is exactly the man he's been made out to be, then how do you explain his internal struggles from the third door? Did his core personality change with the times? Everyone else I've met has been fundamentally the same, though. Are you the exception? Jacopo?
He did seem really, really foul.
Morgana found joy in her life during the 3 years at the brothel. She wept about not being given the opportunity to thank them. So maybe Maria is more likely to be able to assuage Morgana's animosity. I'll have to hear what she has to say. I can barely move my right arm. I can't feel my fingers at all.
The adrenaline wore off.
It burns. I managed this long, but damned if it doesn't hurt. Why must you hand out miracles for nothing?
This is gonna be the witch. This is gonna be Morgana. Oh.
I know that voice. I'm looking up at someone.
Oh.
A woman. She's draped in a black fog and I can't make out any details. But even through the darkness, I know immediately who she is. She's Mother. No. She's not my mother.
Oh, we are Morgana right now. This is her mom.
She is... Why would you ask me such a question, Mother? We're barely holding on as it is, my dear. It's not wrong to expect a little remuneration for our services. No, Mother, it is wrong. Miracles are not to be bartered for. God the Father does not charge for his miracles. So why should we, when I am only borrowing his power? Listen to me, Morgana. Every time you give someone a blessing, you're hurting yourself. If not for the miracle itself, you still deserve some degree of compensation for the pain. I know you're concerned for me, Mother. And I appreciate it very much. But I'm happy with the way things are. I'm happy to be able to help others with my Heavenly Father's powers. A power you won't have much longer, my dear, if we can't afford to keep ourselves fed. I'm a saint, aren't I? Yes, you're my sweet little saint. God will not forsake his saint. No matter how difficult it may get, he'll always provide me a way to continue doing his work. And you're the mother of that saint, aren't you? Yes, that's right. I conceived you untainted by the hands of a man. Then you must respect his will as well, Mother. It must be our highest priority. You're right. I was wrong, my dear saint.
Yeah, X to doubt. I don't know. If she was willing to sell her kid, I feel like she was willing to lie to her kid. And maybe lie to a bunch of other people.
Mother. You agreed with me. You said I was right. So why are you taking money from that man? Mother looks over as strange men shove me into a carriage. The look in her eyes sends a chill down my spine. I see her lips moving. She doesn't actually say the words out loud, but I can make out every individual syllable. Because you're worthless to me.
Youch! Welcome, daughter of God. You'll be performing miracles for me now. And if you cooperate, I can guarantee you'll live more than comfortably.
Miracles are not something to be performed for one single person's benefit.
What?
Miracles are not magic or parlor tricks. They're a precious gift granted to me by my Father in heaven. Using his power for personal gratification is a grave sin. I will do no such thing. I entreat you to think long and hard about your actions. Do away with such selfish desire and dedicate yourself to helping the people. The power you have been given was bestowed upon you by the hand of God. It is not your power. He's merely allowing you to make use of it for a short time. Pride is a sin. Please consider how you conduct yourself.
You're an ignorant, insolent child, aren't you? I bought you. You're my property. You have no right to an opinion.
That's not my opinion. That is the way of the world as God...
Silence! You're not here to talk. You're here to perform miracles for me and my guests.
As I've already told you, I'll do no such thing.
What you will or will not do is my decision, not yours.
The Lord says with a sickening laugh, then grabs me by the hair and knocks me to the floor. I beg him to stop, but he isn't listening to a word I say.
Cheers! Saint's blood and good fortune to all.
I stare vaguely out at the crowd, gathered for the Lord's blood feast. Every time he has guests, he throws another party, and every time he slices another part of my arm or legs open. It isn't long before they're an unsightly web of crisscrossing scars. The Lord sometimes has trouble deciding where to cut, but not out of any sense of sympathy for me. He simply thinks drawing blood from an untouched area of my body will make it more effective.
See, I was about to say, it was an inside thought, but maybe I'll say it. He didn't have to cut her, like, in a bunch of different places. Like, he probably could have just cut her in one specific spot constantly, right? But yeah.
The Lord strips me bare.
Perhaps I'll use your stomach today, Saint.
Yeah, that spot's gonna be necrosis. Oh, yeah. I mean, it's more of a miracle that she didn't already get that with, like, the living conditions and stuff. like, in the times, right? Like, that is a lot of cutting.
I should be able to get some nice pure blood from there.
Stop this. Can you not comprehend that what you're doing is an affront to the Lord?
I'm free to do what I wish with my property. Saint or not, you are no different from many of my slaves.
The Lord is greatly displeased with your actions.
Then use your miracle powers to deliver divine punishment on me. Go on. You can do that, can't you?
Your soul will be punished. You may not see the effects now, but you'll pay for your sins one day.
You're not as threatening as you think you are, buck-naked girl. Oh, you're not as threatening as you think you are, buck-naked girl. Don't give me that look, girl. I have no interest in taking that from you.
You know, he's never said her name.
You'd be lucky to find anyone willing to lay with a girl covered in disgusting scars.
All I can do is wait and endure day after day of torture and shame, of the Lord searching for new places to stick his knife. My entire body except for my face is covered in reddish-black wounds. Someone, anyone, help me. Get me out of here. Please, someone. Oh, Father, who art in heaven, I pray for you, to lead me unto deliverance. Father, your trials, they are much too great.
Damn. We're waking up.
Morgana. That was much clearer than the first time I saw it. Everything she felt, her struggling, her sincerity, her pain, and her voice. It felt almost as though I was the one going through all that. The Lord. I can understand why Morgana would bear such a powerful grudge against him.
Is that Lord and this Lord the same? No, right? The slaves kill them.
Considering everything he did to her. Why would he do that, though? Is there some reason? Some explanation for his actions? I'm thoroughly exhausted. Like I've just spent the last several months having my blood drained again and again. My limbs feel like they have boulders tied to them. Just trying to get to my feet makes me dizzy. So cold. She's probably waiting for me by now. I should get going. I have to do this. Move, damn it. Fighting against my body's attempts to succumb to gravity with every step through sheer force of will. I make my way to the courtyard.
Maria's just gonna see us and be like, damn, dude, what the fuck happened?
Oh, there you are. Thank God he came. Sneaking onto church grounds has been unnerving, so if you... Are you alright? You look like you just came back from the dead. I'm fine. Thank you for coming. Now, to continue our conversation from yesterday.
Whoa, slow down. Who do you think you're convincing? You look about as fine as a fucking corpse.
If you're not feeling well, we can always do this some other time. And whoa, what happened to your hand? It's a minor injury. Nothing of any significance.
Seriously? Who do you think you're convincing, man?
I can get around just fine without a few fingers.
You gotta take yourself into consideration, too. You can only run on raw determination for so long. And imagine how it makes me feel for a second. You asking to talk and showing up looking like that. If you want to get anything done, you gotta take care of yourself first. Head on back to your room and rest. Let's do this another day, okay? When you're feeling...
I don't have that kind of time. Noon tomorrow. That's my deadline. I have to take care of everything before then.
I know damn well what condition I'm in. But that doesn't change what I need to do. If I don't, I can't save Morgana. I can't get Giselle back.
That makes it all the more important you get your rest.
And when do you suggest I do that exactly?
Honestly, I don't get why you're in such a damn tizzy. Get a hold of yourself, man.
I'm plenty calm.
Sure don't look it. You're already pushing yourself to the edge. I don't want to be responsible for giving you that last nudge. So quit bickering with me and get your ass back and get some rest.
You don't understand the gravity of the situation. None of you do. You don't grasp how great an effect stopping what happens tomorrow will have. I have to keep moving, even if it means crawling through the dirt. If I don't, not only will I fail to make things better, Morgana's almost certainly got even worse fates in store for you all, so long as her curse lives on. I'm the only one here who knows what awaits.
So that makes you what? A prophet or something?
Not exactly, no. But in the terms of this time period, that would be the most apt description. Do you not believe me?
Well, you know, that is asking a lot.
That's fine. You don't have to. But at the very least, I want you to believe that I genuinely believe something terrible is going to happen tomorrow if I don't do something. That I think I don't have time to waste. Or that I think I don't have time to waste. All I need you to do is tell me what you know. Could you do that for me?
Assuming you actually are a prophet or whatever, why don't you just, get the hell out of town? Say fuck it, this is too much, and vanish into the night. No one's gonna blame you if you do. Hell, is anyone even gonna notice you did anything if you do succeed?
I'm not in this for the attention or praise. I cannot sit idly by knowing what I know. Seeing what has happened and what will. Knowing what Morgana went through, what she felt. I can't abandon her. Not anymore. I can't let my knowledge go to waste. While it is true that the mansion will continue to be wrapped in darkness so long as Morgana's curse remains in effect, and nothing can be put to rest until I do something about that, that's not my sole motivation anymore. I sincerely want to help Morgana. Giselle. Is this what you meant when you told me you wanted me to save her?
You seem like the kind of fellow who's always fretting about something or other. You don't know how to take it easy, don't you? Though I guess, in a way, that's kind of why you can fight so hard, huh? Alright, you win. I'll talk. Anything you want to know, I'll tell you.
Thank you very much.
But, you sit your butt down first.
Okay.
Morgana said that?
She did. She described her 3 years there as one of the brightest periods of her life.
Huh. Who'd have thought?
Damn it, we did it again. That control button is like demonically close to the space button when I'm like palming this thing.
Damn, that's kinda really great to hear.
Did she never tell you herself how she felt?
She never really made much of an attempt to be a part of the group. It was like she had these colossal walls all around her.
I can see that.
Yeah, so I always kind of felt like I never knew if I was sticking my nose in too far or not, you know?
She appreciated what you and the other woman did for her. After the raid 4 years ago, she ended up in the hands of a slave trader. As she was being transported, she said this with tears in her eyes. I'm sad,
because I didn't get the chance to show my gratitude to people dear to me. Or people very dear to me. Well, damn. So is that, absolutely 100% exactly what she said? You're not just pulling it out of your ass, are you?
Those were her exact words, yes. As hard as it may be to believe.
Nah, I believe you. I'm just surprised is all. I mean, just, wow. Yeah. If I had known that was how she felt, maybe I could have been a little friendlier with her.
You weren't friendly with her?
Not especially. I mean, that's not to say I was cold or anything. It's just that all the girls kept a bit of a distance from her. Not because we didn't like her, but because that's what it looked like she wanted. Some distance. None of us were really cut out for that caretaker gig. As much as we'd love to be some kind of mother figure for her, we didn't have it in us.
Who was closest to her?
He's dead.
The slave.
What's this about a slave?
There was a young man, a slave who participated in the revolt at the Lord's Manor, who saved Morgana's life.
Yeah, that guy. He was the closest of any of us to her, or at least, he gave her the most attention.
And he's
6 feet under.
That's unfortunate.
What can you do? People come and go. That's just the way of things.
I thought that maybe if he were still alive, that would improve our chances of saving Morgana.
Improve our chances? There's only one way about it. We smash the Lord's fucking skull and take his key.
That's not an option. Doing that will not alleviate her hatred. Would you be willing to accompany us when we go into the observation tower?
Huh? Me? Why?
I want you to be there to say something to her.
I'll say whatever you want me to say once you've gotten her out of the tower.
Don't you think being able to hear the voice of someone she cares for when she's finally set free would do more to pull her out of the darkness than anything else?
I agree with her. Yeah, but I do get where Michelle is coming from, and it does make sense to me. Like, having your vengeance doesn't make the hatred go away. It just makes it feel justified. It makes it feel like they got what they deserved, but the hate will continue to exist forever. There was no chance for, like, atonement. No chance to, like, learn what it felt like from the other party and what they were going through. So, like, there can be no empathy. There can be no growth in vengeance in that way, like, between both parties.
That's all the more reason it can't be me.
Why not?
Like I've been saying, I was never that tight with her. I kept my distance. I can't do anything. Not with the reasons you've given me for why she's so full of hatred.
Everyone here seems to be of the mindset it's like, oh yeah, but I can't do anything. That's been literally every character.
I have no other options, though.
Actually, while I doubt this will do much in the way of getting rid of her grudge, there is something I was supposed to give her but never got the chance.
Oh?
It's nothing special. Just a rinky-dink little necklace. But if you get the chance, would you mind giving it to her?
If anyone, that should come from you.
It's not from me. It was supposed to be from the slave. He got it for her as a birthday present, but that was the day the brothel got raided. So yeah, that's the story. Make sure she gets it, would you?
Okay. I will.
Thanks, man. Well, now that that's out of the way, we should split. Best of.
There you are. Yeah, people conform to the system and influence more than you think. You'd probably see a pothole on the road and don't think to report it to the city council as an example, yeah. Yeah, it's the little things. Like, not everyone takes the same courses of action and stuff like that. It's like a what can you do mentality. I've definitely been victim to that, but we always try our best not to. Oh Lord. Oh Lord. Oh. It's these two.
You weren't in your room. I was worried sick.
What are you two doing here?
You're going to talk to the Lord tonight, right? So,
The harm.
there's a chance you might actually be able to set the Satan test free. No way I'm gonna miss that.
That's why you're here.
That, and to say goodbye. I want for them to make reparations as soon as the girl's released.
Do you feel the same way, Nelly?
If Mel tells me that he wants to, then I won't stop him. But he was threatened, so if it's possible, I don't think there's any need for him to rush to be punished. I don't want to lose my brother. Surely there are other ways he can atone. That's reasonable. I do feel guilty about what he was put through. It's not your fault what he did. Anyways, I'm really anxious about tonight, but I'm sure it'll all turn out fine. You'll make it work, won't you, dearest Michelle?
I'll do my best.
Oh, come on, you gotta act confident. Take care of my Mel for me, too. He's very fragile, so handle him with care. Like a big old box of china.
Is he really that fragile?
As for me, if he looks like he's going to do anything he shouldn't, would you stop him for me? I wish I could be there to do it myself, but well, you insist only the people directly involved should be there, and I want to respect that.
I was never going to allow anyone to get hurt anyways.
That's good. Thank you. He and the Lord may have caused the girl a great deal of pain, but I still don't want anyone to get hurt.
Yeah, currently doing a new run for a character I haven't gotten in a while. I had gotten a while back, but never had a chance to build her kit correctly. Oh.
Some people deserve it, and I say let them have it. Now, Maria, don't be like that. You're the weird one, little Miss Perfect. Go around letting everyone off the hook for everything. The whole damn world's gonna come falling down around you.
Yeah, a little bit of a doormat. A little bit of a doormat, that Pauline.
He did what he did for me, though. And the Lord? He's only in it for his own profit. Much as he says it's to benefit the city, it still comes back around to his own pockets. The Lord's not a bad man, though.
No, he kind of is.
Yeah, I've heard it 1,000 times. No one's a bad person in your eyes, I know.
Now. Can we please try to keep things civil?
Oh yeah, sorry, my bad. Force of habit. I talk a lot of rot, but I don't really mean half of it. I do think he's much better than the old Lord, though.
What if... Could he be one of the slaves? Hold on a second. What did you just say?
He's better than the old.
When did the current Lord take his place?
4 years ago?
What? Morgana was 9 years old when she was at the Lord's Manor. 7 years ago. Maria, were you ever at the Lord's Manor at any time 7 years ago?
Nah, I was never hired by anyone there.
Then when... She didn't have any interaction with the Lord 7 years ago. Now it's all making sense. How did I not consider the possibility sooner? I know what kind of man he is, and I know the people he had around him. Maria, is the slave actually dead? Yeah. So, was the Lord? No. Yeah. Let's keep it going.
You better have a goddamn good reason for this.
He ain't that evil, he's just slightly evil.
You better have a damn good reason for this. I came because you said you had something important to discuss.
Oh, he's at the table now. This is the shot we had earlier.
Now, care to tell me who the hell this white-haired man is and what he's doing here? You neglected to mention we'd be having company.
I'm the one who asked him to arrange this meeting with you.
Who the hell would you be? He's an angel.
Or a prophet.
What? Did you both finally snap under the pressure?
I'll leave it for you to decide what you think I am. I will say, though, that I know everything. I know you've got a girl imprisoned in the observation tower. And I know you're taking her blood and calling it medicine, passing it out at the church.
Which one of you squeal?
No one told him anything. He just knew.
He knows everything, including my deepest desires and what happens in my next life. He's probably peering into your soul this very moment. You completely lost it, I see. Well, how you got your information doesn't matter. All I need to know is this. What are you hoping to gain from it? Wealth? My downfall? What?
Morgana's freedom. I want you to give me your key. And then I want you to tell me your story. I've come here from the future, from the world after Morgana's death. Her soul courses with hatred for the three of you, and she placed a curse of eternal suffering on your souls.
Has everyone at this damn table gone mad? Did you seriously think I believe that nonsense?
Don't interrupt me. My objective is not so much to rescue Morgana's physical body from the tower, but to save her soul from an eternity of loathing. I can't achieve that on my own, however, because I'm not from this time. I've had no direct interaction with her or anyone else here until just recently. In order to make her have a change of heart, I need to gather the truth from the people who are from this time. And I suspect that you hold the last piece of the puzzle. The biggest piece. That you have a far deeper connection with Morgana than anyone else here. No, I'm all but certain of it now. Your perspective is crucial to accomplishing my goal. Tell me your whole story, please. How you ended up capturing and imprisoning Morgana. What you thought and felt along the way. Your truth will get through to her. I know it. This will be the turning point in all of this. Her curse will be no more. And you will all be returned to the paths we're meant to walk. Everyone will have their salvation.
Someone throw this madman out. I won't do it.
Neither will I.
Damn worthless curs. I'll call the guards then. What do you think I am exactly? I am the lord of this land. Under ordinary circumstances, I'd never so much disdain to speak with you, you lowly peasant. Now get out of my sight, or I'll take it as an act of aggression, and you'll find yourself without a head. In this room right now, you are not a lord. You're a lone man.
Oh, damn. Damn, wait, that's kind of hard as fuck. Until you hand over your key, we're not letting you leave. And you'll find there aren't any guards for you to call. You're all alone in this estate.
The preoccupation with staying out of sight played right into our hands. Accept your defeat, Lord. We've already agreed to set the witch free. Cowardly worms.
It's ironic coming from you.
I didn't think you turned coat quite so eagerly. But none of your kid sister are in on it too, I take it. We were only working for you. We never felt any sort of allegiance to you. Loyalty founded on what one has to gain or lose is far more resilient than uncertain, fluctuating feelings.
Not true. Not true at all. At least, I don't know, maybe not for me. Not how I was raised. We the type to go down with the ship type beat.
But it would appear this white-haired man shattered that foundation. How long you been colluding with them, Kerr?
I arrived in this era 2 days ago.
What? 2 days? In just 2 days you got these worms dancing for you?
Yeah, Gerard Dunn says loyalty from fear is better, yeah. Untrue! We've played far too many JRPGs where the power of friendship was stronger than everything in the fucking world.
They are not dancing for me. I merely spoke with them and they listened.
You're a disturbed man. You couldn't possibly have won these two over in mere 2 days.
He's no ordinary man. As we've said, he knows everything. While I was talking to him, I felt like he was looking directly into my soul. He's definitely an unusual one, yeah. I felt like he'd known me my whole life, even though he just showed up out of nowhere 2 days ago. I didn't believe what he was saying at first, but he knew things he couldn't possibly know. My secret wish, something I never told anyone before.
I don't know what kind of trick you're playing, but now I know why I never seen you around. If you've been lurking around the city for longer, sticking your nose where it didn't belong, I would have taken a notice sooner or later. I'm impressed. In only 2 days you managed to convince them both to betray me and set me up.
That's where you're wrong. We're not trying to set him up.
I am indeed the one in charge of this operation. So if it's the witch you're after, I'm the obvious target, yes? And the two dogs there surely have some pent-up rage. So I take it you're going to tie me up and torture me till I tell you what you want to know.
That's not a bad idea. What do you say? Give me the word and he's in ropes.
Wait. We agreed we weren't getting rough.
I have no interest in solving this problem with violence. We're here to uncover the truth. We need an exchange of blows. Only words.
Anyway, if we're going to beat it out of him, we would have done so as soon as he walked through the door. We discussed this beforehand. We're only talking. No one's getting in any fights. Physically or verbally.
That's right.
Well, looks like I've got no way out, so you got me. I surrender. Take my key. Go open the tower doors.
Well, that was easier than expected. He didn't change.
Your key is not important right now. Your perspective is what I seek. Why did you make it so the lock required 3 keys? One person is more than adequate for the job. So why split it 3 ways?
Is that any of your concern, Kerr?
Was it because it was too much weight to bear alone? You didn't actually want to imprison Morgana, did you? Something, somewhere, went wrong. You backed yourself into a corner and couldn't escape.
I'm done listening to you.
Am I right or am I wrong, Lord? Or should I say, Jacopo?
Jacopo? But isn't his name... Jean-Francois Barnier?
As Lord Barnier to you, you insolent child. You seem to be a bit confused. I'm the son of House Barnier, which means I'm royalty.
No, you're not. I don't know how you came to start calling yourself Barnier, but there's not a drop of royal blood flowing through your veins.
The slave revolt at the Lord's Manor 7 years ago. You were there, weren't you? During the revolt, you helped Morgana escape. That's right. You saved her life once. That was you. You were the slave from 7 years ago. Slave? You out of your goddamn mind? Me? A slave? Like hell a former slave could become royalty. You did it though. You went from a slave to lord. Enough. I don't know who's filling that white-haired head of yours with this drivel, but I'm done listening to it. Say another word and I'll throttle you myself. Keep slandering my name, I dare you! Maria told me the slave from back then was dead. She didn't mean it literally though. She meant he wasn't who he used to be anymore.
Oh, fuck. You know, I kind of didn't take it in that way, but like, that makes so much sense. For Maria to have so much like animosity and want to just like beat the ever-living shit out of this guy. She was saying he was dead, like as a person, more so than like actually like in the ground. And when she was like, oh yeah, he's gonna be like 6 feet or he's 6 feet under, she meant like, oh yeah, like she's going to put him 6 feet under. That's kind of crazy.
Maria, you been talking to her too? Because she was afraid if Morgana found out, it would only serve to throw her deeper into despair. The man who had once saved her life was now responsible for keeping her imprisoned. Your ears not work, her? I've said I had enough. I need your perspective. There's more to the story, I'm certain of it. I refuse to believe you acted only for your own benefit, only to cause her pain. If you want the key so damn badly, then take it. Set the witch free, I don't give a damn. But if you say another word, I'll rip your fucking tongue out.
Again, the key is not what I need right now. I need your story.
Are you deaf or just an imbecile?
Your perspective is crucial to saving Morgana's soul.
Enough.
When you were a slave, you helped Morgana escape from the Lord.
Silence.
And you spent the next 3 years with her.
Just one more fucking word, I swear to God.
So how'd you end up here? How'd the boy from 7 years ago go from saving her to locking her up and stealing her blood? There's no excusing your actions, so... there's no excusing your actions, no. But please, I need you to tell me how you got to this point.
Enough!
Michelle! The next thing I see is a dagger in his hand pointed at me. I reflexively try to push myself out of the way of his charge with my dominant hand, which sends a jolt of excruciating pain up my right arm.
Oh! I'll rip your fucking head off!
The Lord swings his arm up, and the necklace spills from my pocket, making a metallic clunk as it hits the floor. When he sees it, his eyes go wide for a brief moment. Oh man, of course. I'm just as slackjawed as him.
What in the... What's going on?
Why? How? Why am I looking at a familiar cloud of inky black darkness? There's no one to answer my question, though. And no time to think about it either. I have to make a decision right now. Yeah, making a decision right now? Okay, we'll make a save. The Lord, the dagger raised, is quickly approaching. Off to the side, the cloud of darkness is expanding. I... reach into the darkness! I reach my hand into the darkness spreading from the necklace. And as soon as I do...
What the hell?
Is this... Are we fucking taking him? What's that black stuff? The blackness swells, consuming all. No, stop. What is this? Don't make me. Watch this. His shout fades into the distance, and my mind and body are swallowed up entirely. It's the same thing that happened whenever Giselle and I opened a door. The same darkness I've gazed into again and again, and again and again in that cursed mansion. The house that exists outside reality. Far, far off into the distance, I can see a gentle light like a hole ripped out of the darkness. Green grass and colorful flowers rustling in the wind. I don't understand. The darkness. It was never present in the past. It was, I thought, a phenomenon restricted to the realm of the dead. So what is it doing here? But even my questions are in short order swallowed up by the void. Soon my body ceases to retain its form, leaving only my consciousness to view the sight, sounds, and emotion of someone's past. I become an observer, as I have many times before. Yeah, this is gonna be the Jacopo door. Damn. I'm staring into a pair of ruby red eyes, open wide to the shock. I recall snapping at him, insulting him, but I don't remember what I said. Nor do I remember how he responded. Maybe this isn't. Maybe this is Morgana. We'll give it a second to figure out where we are. I'll just talk regular until I figure it out. All I know is that a wave of churning blackness appeared out of nowhere, washing me away. I'm powerless, helpless, hopeless. My young mind sucked into it like a whirlpool. Young? My young mind? Oh, for Christ's sake. You have got to be kidding me. What? For the love of God, why? It is Jacopo, yeah. Oh, for Christ's sake, you gotta be kidding me. Why? For the love of God, why? Am I being made to look back at this part of my life? The miserable, stupid fucking romantic I once was. Why am I turning back into the boy I tried so hard to forget? Where did this absurd black smoke come from? And why can't I get out of it? If it's that white-haired man who's doing this to me, then he's not an angel or a prophet. He's the goddamn devil himself. But all my questions, my confusion, my frustration, everything that composes my present, is superseded by that darkness, wisping away into nothing. Oh, that was him playing with Morgana there. Does he really look so different that Morgana was angry? Oh, this song. To be blunt, the world's a small place. There's an unimaginable amount of it out there, but you only ever get to see a minuscule fraction of it. And that goes doubly so for us. The poor barely get the chance to see any of it at all. And those who were born into affluence, well, they have no idea just how small our world really is. I never yearned for the world outside what I knew. I more coveted it, the splash of spite mixed in. I wanted to claw my way up the mountain, knock all the bastards down who had never seen what it was like at the bottom. If I made it high enough, I could do anything. I would have complete freedom. If that sounds like a childish fantasy to you, well, you'd be right. That's exactly what it was. There you are. You spend so much time in the graveyard that one of these days someone's gonna think you're a gravekeeper. Or maybe a grave robber. Yeah, this OST, right? Like, this is one of my favorite songs already. Like, it's just, it sounds so melancholy. Like, I want to listen to this while I'm in my feelings in the rain. I can understand a gravekeeper, but I take offense at the suggestion I look like a grave robber. I'm praying for the souls who have no one to see them off. The girl, named Morgana, turned around to face me. Though I'd known her for some time, I'd rarely ever looked her in the eyes.
Her face was almost always concealed beneath the dark hood, revealing only the tip of her nose and sometimes her lips. Honestly, I don't get it. Why do you care so much? These are souls that have no one else to pray for.
These are souls no one else has to pray for them. At best, they may get a bit of lip service from a priest once or twice. It's our responsibility to offer a helping hand to the sick and the poor. To pray for the abandoned souls.
What I don't get is why you need to pray for the dead at all. They're just bags of bones.
I hope you enjoy your eternity in hell, blasphemer.
Hey, that was uncalled for.
I'm just kidding. I'm just joking, obviously.
You take black humor to a new level. Morgana gave me a curt shrug, and then turned away. She never faced anyone head-on for very long, and she had a perfect good reason for it. It wasn't because she disliked me or anything. I don't think, anyway. About 3 years earlier, something had happened that caused large patches of flesh to fall off her face. Supposedly, she had looked fine before then, but I only knew her as she was at the time. The rest of her body was covered in wounds as well, but applying ointment to them had reduced the scarring significantly. Her face, though, showed no sign of recovering. A close friend of mine, a prostitute, said she thought it might be a psychological thing, but regardless, I continued applying the ointment to Morgana's face. Hey, come on, don't turn away from me. I know you can hear me. I brought ointment, so let me put it on you.
It's a waste of time.
You don't know that. Your arms look much better than before. Won't be much longer before your face starts healing too.
The ointment isn't free. You're wasting your money.
It's my money. I can use it however I please, so just shut up and let me do this.
You're a very obnoxious man, you know.
What was that? Want me to rub it in real hard, huh?
Fine.
With a forlorn graveyard as their backdrop, a young man applied salve to a girl's raw, exposed flesh. It was quite possibly the least romantic sight in the world. I would have, at the very least, preferred a somewhat more pleasant location. As the thought fluttered through my mind, I let out a defeated laugh, and I could soon feel her glaring at me. Morgana could be a bit standoffish, but honestly, I didn't mind. For her, this is actually quite sociable, in fact. When I first met her, she didn't act her age at all, but now, she was starting to show signs of the 12-year-old girl hidden inside.
Man, like, the distortion in this song is, like, so good. Oh, yo, I gotta send this to, like, a friend. He's been talking to me how he's been listening to, like, music like this, and oh my gosh. That's, like, such a vibe. I need to know the name of this track when we get around to it.
"3 years prior, when I met Morgana, she had been the victim of unspeakable abuse at the hands of the Lord. I didn't know why he had done those things to her. I didn't ask either, because I knew doing so would only reopen old wounds. All I knew was that the Lord was so far gone as a human being as to brutally torture a 9-year-old girl. At the time, the only thing that ever seemed to come out of her mouth was the word of God. Everything she said or did was ostensibly for the benefit of others. But it felt to me more like she was acting out of some sort of sense of duty, rather than her genuine concern. Honorable, but ultimately hollow. I much prefer this Morgana, even if she could be a bit jaded."
What are you hoping to get out of repairing my face?
I'm not trying to get anything. I just want you to heal up.
Here I thought you were trying to make me work at the brothel.
How many times do I gotta tell you? I'm not going to make you a prostitute.
What other reason could you have for wanting my face to get better?
Because I want to see it. Isn't that enough? Just so we're clear, that wasn't me hitting on you, okay?
The thought never occurred to me.
I posted the OST in the Discord. Thank you, Jeremy. Appreciate it.
She fell quiet, sitting there motionless as I rubbed ointment into her face. Her skin beneath my thumb was rough and unpleasant to the touch, and honestly rather stomach-turning. It was hard to imagine her face would ever heal. What I had said about wanting to see her face was true. But what I wanted more than anything was for her to be able to live a relatively normal life.
I hope you're prepared to be let down if I ever do heal.
That possibility is just part of fun.
You have as much tact as a worm.
No tact and bad taste. I'm a real winner.
It's a wonder no one throttles you in your sleep.
Hold on, who's... Yeah.
Being a guy, of course, I would have been pleased if she turned out pretty with her face healed. But her life was guaranteed to be easier than now no matter what she looked. That was what really mattered ultimately. I can only imagine how hard it was to have your life turned completely upside down at the age of 9. A large portion of us in the slums had our share of misfortune, but hardly any of them stacked up to what Morgana had to bear. She had no parents. When I'd asked about her parents, she'd gotten caged with me, so I assumed she'd been sold off.
Also streamer mode, whoops. We will streamer mode. Also, now that I think about it, what if Jacopo, as like a slave, just got hit with the craziest trolley problem, huh? Like, is that what happened? I feel like that's gonna be what happened. It's gonna be like, oh, perpetuate the cycle with someone new to like uplift everyone, or do it to someone who's already been through pain so no one else has to go through it or some shit like that, which is like both fucked up, but like he could have just done neither.
She had no parents. When I asked her about her mother, she got caged with me, so I assumed she'd been sold off. When I asked about her father, though, she just pointed up at the sky, which I took to mean he was dead. A young girl, no family, sent off all on her own to some strange land. Somewhere along the line ended up in the Lord's cruel grasp. Misfortune felt like an understatement, if anything. That said, it wasn't just out of pity that I gave Morgana so much of my attention. The other reason, though, well, she'd probably go running if I told her. Hell, I wanted to hit myself over the head. I'd still be your friend even if you turned out to be the ugliest girl in the city. You should be grateful.
How is it you haven't managed to chase off everyone in your life yet?
I act like a decent guy around other people. Do my best to fit in.
Then why are you such a dolt around me?
Just doing my best to fit in.
So you're saying this is my fault?
Everyone could use a thorn or two. Makes it more exciting. You especially. Okay, that should be everything. Does it sting anywhere?
Not particularly, no.
Alright. Oh, also, finish up here and get back to Maria soon. Unless you'd rather I drag you there.
Why?
Seriously? It's your damn birthday, that's why.
And?
What do you think, dimwit? She wants to celebrate. Get back there soon, okay? I'm planning to drop by too. Okay?
Okay.
She gave a sheepish nod, which was honestly kind of cute. But of course I couldn't say that. So I shrugged my shoulders, feigning exasperation, and turned to leave. Once I might have offered to accompany her back to the brothel, but Morgana never seemed keen on the idea of walking anywhere with me. Maybe she was afraid of grown men after what had happened to her at the Lord's Manor. Or maybe she didn't want me to be seen with someone who looked like her. So hey, I thought you were leaving. Or,
I thought you were leaving.
One day I'll show you the world.
Man, so the white-haired girl really was Morgana, wasn't it? Well, like... Man. Thinking about door 3 there, and like, he was kind of like this during that door too. But something must have really changed him here.
I won't get my hopes up.
Get your hopes up. Get your hopes up, damn it. I said with a soft chuckle. Then I took my leave. I had every intention of making good on that promise, and I had more than enough reason to believe I could.
What is that in the background? I see like a hand. It's hard to tell. Holding something. Yeah, I'll show you the world. Jacopo is the Aladdin we have at home. Jacopo really feels like a nice guy when he's not like a complete asshole. Which applies to most people, but like, I don't know, going through his thoughts and I'm like, damn, like, yeah, true.
3 years back, there was a slave revolt at the Lord's Manor. That's not quite accurate, though, because while I was partially responsible for inciting the riot, I wasn't actually a slave. The local lord was spoken of in whispers as the second coming of a great tyrant of old. The people were constantly grumbling about how he seemed to treat the land like his own personal playground, exploring everything and everyone on it for his own amusement. When enough stress and resentment built up in the contained space, all it takes is a little shove from the outside to burst. And that was our plan. Me and a number of other dissatisfied citizens gathered together, popped that bubble, give the Lord a taste of how we felt about him. With the help of a slave trader, I infiltrated the Lord's Manor. I'd known slaves weren't treated well, but seeing it for myself, I thought most of these people would have been happier having been born as a dog or a cat, and owned by someone who actually had a heart. It was revolting, a flagrant injustice. Broadly speaking, there are two types of people who see injustice in the world. The first are those who have everything, who sit unchallenged at the top of the world looking down on the less fortunate with pity. The second are those with nothing, who wish to overthrow the entire system keeping them down. It should come as no surprise that I fell into the second camp. Once I was inside, I went around the manor telling all the slaves about our plan. Most of them had long since lost the will to fight, but with enough assurance, there were people on the outside ready and waiting to help. Glimmers of hope starting to return to their eyes. Finding out they weren't alone, that they weren't helpless anymore, had an incredible effect on their morale. And once the slaves were convinced, the revolt began. It ended up being much larger in scale than I'd imagined, and many lost their lives in the process, but the majority of them managed to escape. Naturally, the slaves couldn't stay in the city, so I directed them to people waiting outside who would take them to another city or a neighboring country. I had neither the money nor the power to guarantee them a good life on the outside, but that hardly mattered to them. Everyone was sure that wherever they ended up would be better than staying, and I prayed that would be the case. It was during the revolt that I saved Morgana. I would have sent her off somewhere else like all the other slaves, but she was in so dire a condition when I found her that she could hardly even move on her own. She had been sapped of all her willpower. So I brought her to the brothel where a friend of mine worked and asked her to take Morgana in. My companions and I reveled in the revolt's success. It wasn't enough of an accomplishment to have any real political implications, but we still felt like heroes. Drunk on victory, we started talking about going bigger, starting on a full-on revolution. Once the elation passed, though, we realized there wasn't much more we could do. Even if we did manage to start a large enough uprising to kill the Lord, we were only peasants. Not only did we not know the first thing about ruling, the other counts would never acknowledge our authority anyways. We'd pretend to be in control until the next in line showed up, and that'd be the end of it. So we just ended up sitting on our thumbs. No way to do anything about our discontent. Skip forward about a month before Morgana's birthday. One day a middle-aged woman approached me. I had never met her before, but she had wavy hair that reminded me a great deal of my own. Looking me straight in the eye, the woman said,
I was once a maidservant for the Bonnier estate. They've done their best to keep it secret, but I had a child with the previous lord. And that child is you.
Revelation came completely out of the blue. According to her, I had royal blood, and if we could convince the Lord of that, I would become royalty. Furthermore, she, as my alleged mother, could return to her old life at the manor. The woman urged me to take action, to meet the Lord, reveal my lineage, and claim, no. reclaim my rightful place at the Barnier house. I would no longer be a poor peasant living in the slums. I'd have a comfortable life. I obviously wasn't going to agree on the spot. Her story was so blatantly dubious I needed some time to think about it. If she was telling the truth, though, it could transform our revolution from a dream into a reality. Well, we wouldn't be restricted to inciting inconsequential uprisings. I could seize power legitimately and make some actual change. Yeah, justification is a strong tactic, yeah. So I asked the woman to give me some time to consider. Have you decided what you're going to give her? That was the very first thing I heard when I stepped through the back door of that brothel. Maria, a short, blonde-haired prostitute, a good friend of mine, flashed me a devilish smirk. About a necklace is per your suggestion. Girls appreciate that sort of thing, don't they?
Most do.
Most do.
Most do.
I don't know how to say that in like a...
Most do. Me, I've got a taste for knives and other such pointy things. I doubt she has much interest in those, though.
Sometimes I wonder if you're actually a girl. Anyone could see that Maria and I were close, but our relationship was strictly platonic. Of course, given her line of work, it was unavoidable that people thought otherwise. And honestly, it irritated me every time someone suggested we were anything more than friends. People have this annoying, short-sighted tendency to assume that just because a guy and a girl are friendly, they must be intimate. It didn't matter that she was a girl. I only thought of her as a friend. And as best as I could tell, that's all she thought of me as well. Maria and I first met when we were children. Even at that age, she was already a prostitute, myself a petty thief. We were both incredibly lucky to have survived to adulthood with only ourselves to watch each other's backs. It's possible the only reason either of us maintained the willpower to survive this long was because we had each other to bitch about life to when things got bad. So, it's today the day? Oh.
So it's today the day. You finally gonna tell her how you feel?
Excuse me. Tell her how I would?
Don't be coy. You know exactly what. It's about time you manned up and told her. I think you got a better chance than you think.
Do I need to remind you how old she is?
12 as of today. Practically an adult.
Excuse me, Maria, but no.
I was knee-deep in dick at that age.
You're comparing her to you.
Longer you hold off saying something, more difficult it becomes. Break a leg. Party's gonna be in the back, so there won't be any customers around to interfere.
Alright. I chewed over what Maria had to say as I watched her disappear down the brothel corridor.
Yeah, times were tough. Times were tough.
She wasn't wrong. She wasn't overanalyzing. I did indeed have special feelings for Morgana. Women seem to have this strange, somewhat terrifying ability to read people's minds. And Maria was a prime example of that. I had never once so much as suggested to anyone I might think anything of Morgana, but Maria had somehow managed to pick up on it almost immediately.
Yeah, that would sound about right during those times too, mostly because of the high child mortality rates, yeah. Yeah, like, those were the times. It was hard out there for kids.
Fortunately, she didn't seem particularly bothered by the fact. Though if anyone else were to find out, I could only imagine the looks I'd get. I mean, Morgana was 12, and I was 22. That wasn't normal.
Yeah, I would say so too. I would say so very heavily that's not normal.
I never felt this way about anyone else that young either.
Is he... Does he think about her that way, though? Yo, is Jacopo a fucking pedophile?
Any other girl Morgana's age just looked like another kid to me. So why was she any different? She was covered in scars, and every other time we met, she would tell me to go to hell. And she refused to walk anywhere with me, and no matter how much ice I broke, I could never seem to get all the way through.
Yeah, menstruation was made the reference point of adulthood. Thank God for education, yeah.
Yet still, the world felt like it was a little bit better place when I was with her. It made me want to see her smile, no matter how grotesque her face. How would I even go about saying that, assuming I actually did? Even if your face still isn't healed in 4 years, I'll take you as my lifetime partner, Morgana? God, no. That's terrible. There's gotta be a better way to put it. Now I was getting stressed out, and it was all thanks to Maria. This was not supposed to be a day of celebration. This was supposed to be a day of celebration, not fretting over stupid personal matters. Not long after I arrived at the brothel and made my way to the back room, Maria and a handful of other unoccupied girls showed up. Morgana, who was supposed to be the guest of honor, was even more reticent than usual. The prostitutes chatted amongst themselves about work in unabashed graphic detail, trading info on which customers were good and which customers were bad, all the while Morgana looking incredibly uncomfortable.
You guys think you could maybe change the subject? Like we have anything else to talk about? Making the birthday girl want to hide in a corner, defeats the whole purpose, don't you think? Oh no, don't mind me. I don't have anything I want to talk about. Oh no, don't mind me. I don't have anything I want to talk about.
Morgana said almost in a whisper, her head downturned. At least eat something then. The cookies are barely sweetened and dry as rocks, but they're edible.
Jacopo, you little bitch. You got some stones to shit-talk my cookies to my face.
Stop it, Maria. Stop throwing things at me. The other girls cackled as Maria and I bickered. Hoping it might have elicited a reaction from Morgana as well, I snuck a glance over at her, but she remained expressionless. You are right about one thing, though. This is Morgana's day. So let's change the subject.
Oh. You are right about one thing, though. This is Morgana's day. So let's change the subject.
Maria said with a little laugh, having hurled everything within arm's reach at me.
Like I said, I don't have anything to talk about. Sure you do. You just gotta look a little harder. Not saying you have to reminisce for us, but it can be anything. Huh. Let's see. Let's see. Here's an idea. Are there any guys you got your eyes on?
I spewed my tea all over the table.
There is.
And then I started choking.
What?
Seriously? Holy shit.
What? Seriously? Holy shit. Who is it? Tell me who's the lucky guy.
God.
Oh, God.
Everyone fell silent. Maria gave me a sympathetic look, and I knew exactly what she wanted to say. Sorry, kid. You ain't got nothing on God. Asshole. If you're gonna dream, dream big, right? Yeah, I get where you're coming from, pining after the all-powerful, all-knowing God. I'm with you.
You bald-faced liar.
Grass may be a hell of a lot greener up there, but it's a bit, far, don't you think? You're better off settling, for the weeds down here. Oh, wait. That was Maria.
The grass may be a hell of a lot greener up there, but it's a bit far. Don't you think? You're better off settling for the weeds down here.
She just implying I'm a weed? Maria looked over and gave a wide grin at the sight of me grinding my teeth and continued.
Say, the young man over...
Oh, wait, stop right there. Don't say another word.
Whoopsie. Me and my big mouth. Almost did the job for you.
God damn it, Maria. This was not good. Like hell I was going to let her corner me into saying it here. I stole a glance at Maria, but her gaze was locked on her knees. I couldn't see what, if any, kind of reaction she was having. Morgana, what she was trying to say is that I
have to go.
What?
I have to go to the bathroom.
Sure. Morgana got up from her chair and left the room in silence. I imagine I was making a rather flaccid expression, because as soon as Morgana was gone, Maria started cackling like a madwoman. My reply was the nearest object, of course, courtesy of my throwing arm.
Loser. How hard is it to just say it?
Would have been easier if you hadn't cornered me like that.
You think I believe you would have done it without a little nudge?
I would have. Eventually.
Eventually ain't gonna cut it. Now's the right time. And don't worry, me and the girls won't make fun of you for getting your rocks off to little girls. You should, though. You should.
That's not the reason I like her. Besides, I would wait at least 4 years before.
Doesn't mean you can't tell her now. I think it'd do her wonders, really. She's, well, you know. So I think knowing someone cares about her will lighten the load a bit. When she comes back, give her the necklace and tell her how you feel. And if she turns you down, we can all have a good laugh about it.
Maria and a few other girls chuckled. As uncomfortable as she was making me feel, she had a point. Regardless of whether Morgana reciprocated my feelings or not, there's a good chance that just putting them out there would help in breaking down the walls she had built in her heart. And maybe one day, I would actually be able to see her smile. I'll do it. I'll tell her. It didn't matter if I came out looking like a loser. It didn't matter if Morgana wasn't interested in me that way.
Yeah, I think at this point they don't really care about the age gap, though, yeah. Yeah, I mean, again, it was like maybe the times. It was both the times and like... Yeah.
What mattered was that she knew someone accepted her, regardless of her appearance, things she had been through. And if by some chance there really was royal blood flowing through my veins, then I can make good on my promise to show her the world. I could put an end to her life of poverty and abuse. Replace it with one of comfort and wealth.
I stopped myself because I realized that would be me... that would be me creating excuses for getting with kids, which is crazy. We shan't. I will just say it was a different time.
I could buy her even better medicine, something that could actually heal her face. If I truly were royalty, I could do much more for her. Makes it sound like I want to be some kind of fairy tale hero or something. But honestly, I wouldn't have minded that. If I was going to make her happy, to wipe away all her past misfortune, why couldn't I make it a little dramatic?
22nd century gamers be playing Detroit Become Human and criticizing it for AI racism or something? Yeah. How dare they?
It wasn't usually my style, but in any case, I wouldn't have objected to a storybook ending. Yes, though. No, this wasn't the kind of story I was hoping for. Yep. They came in. Heavy curtains separating the guest rooms had been torn to shreds, and they were splattered with blood. A man, apparently caught without enough time to defend himself, lay splayed out naked on a bed, his empty eyes fixed on the ceiling. The whole area reeked of blood. All I could do was stare stupefied at the carnage. What the hell? Why? How could this happen? My dumbfounded muttering went unanswered, though. The few who were still alive could no better make sense of the incomprehensible massacre of me. The sudden arbitrary upheaval of our world. The inexplicable, inescapable reality. Shortly after Morgana stepped out, I heard a woman scream from the front of the brothel. Next, a man shouting. At first, I assumed it was one of the customers losing his temper over something. But the tone of the scream seemed somehow off. Something like that. It wasn't long before the noise had escalated to alarming levels, so I dashed towards the source of the shouting.
Yeah, I should have listened to Maria. Just a minute too late. Sometimes it is, like, tragic. That is the tragedy of it.
A good dozen men, bandits, or maybe thieves. They seemed more organized. Had raided the brothel.
Huh. What if it was the Barnier family trying to kill him?
They slaughtered all the customers, stripping them of any valuables. And they tied up the girls, killing any who resisted. The first thought that rose to my panicked mind was that I needed to find Morgana. I needed to get her out of there no matter what. I couldn't let her birthday turn into a tragedy. She had already been through enough, and I had to make sure she didn't suffer any further. I had to make her life into something good. I searched and I searched, but there was no sign of Morgana anywhere.
So they didn't kill him because they took him back. They wanted to be in control of the narrative.
And so suddenly something seemed to crash into me from behind, causing me to stagger. It took a few seconds for the pain to set in, which is when I looked down to see the tip of a blade sticking out my gut.
Oh, damn. Wait, maybe not. Maybe they were just out to kill him.
Blood streamed along the metal surface. There were little bits of flesh caught on the edges. I turned around just in time to see the man holding it kick me away. Before I had time to process what was happening, I hit the floor and lost consciousness. If I were a hero, I could have surely eradicated all the violent intruders in the blink of an eye, saved everyone. Protected that which I wanted to protect. Not had to lose anything. But I was a mere boy. A weak boy, helpless against a few robbers. A useless boy, unable to protect anyone. When I woke up, Maria was kneeling over me sobbing. No sign of a tough, foul-mouthed girl I knew. Aside from her, there were 2 other girls also crying, leaving only 4 survivors. Apparently, I wasn't dead. Looking down, I saw my bare stomach wrapped in blood-soaked bandages. The brothel lay in ruin, a bloody pile of torn bedding, clothes and bodies. I made my way back to the front, and all I could do was stare stupefied at the carnage. What the hell? Why? How could this happen? My dumbfounded muttering went unanswered, though. Maria stood beside me, quietly rubbing her trembling arms.
Where's Morgana?
Couldn't find her.
Why not?
I'm sorry. I looked everywhere, but I couldn't find her. I'm so sorry.
Oh. Was that... He was asking her, yeah. Which makes sense.
If I had the power, I could have prevented this from happening. What kind of power would I have needed, though? The physical strength to overpower the thieves? No, I needed to think bigger. If I weren't a peasant, but someone of real influence and import, no one would dare stand up to me. No petty thieves would ever even consider a raid on me. And I would have the power to punish anyone who tried. But regardless, this would have never happened at all. I was supposed to give Morgana a good life, to show her the world, to make her smile. If only I had power. Absolute, unflinching power. If I had climbed to the top of the ladder when the chance was offered to me, this all could have been avoided. If only I had asserted my place as royalty a month earlier, as the woman who claimed to be my mother had urged me to. I wanted power. The power to keep everything I cared about safe. The power to change this damn world. The power to stop those filthy thieves. The power to keep her by my side. I wanted power. I heard about the attack on the brothel. That you were hurt.
I wonder who this is. That doesn't seem like something Jacopo would say right now.
Heard about the attack on the brothel, that you were hurt. I'm so glad to see you're well.
About a week after the raid, I went to see the woman who professed to be my mother. As you would expect of someone who had served the old lord's manor, she was elegant and graceful. The shack where she stayed, though, was a shabby, drab place with bare wattle and daub walls. You were concerned about my safety.
Of course. Show me a mother who is not always concerned about her child's safety.
She is the woman I never seen until a month ago.
Physical distance has no bearing on a mother's love.
She said with a soft smile. Age had clearly been taking a toll on her, but I could see the hints of former beauty.
If you had gone to speak with the Lord and revealed your lineage when I first came to see you, you would never have been in that kind of danger.
To say that after everything you went through?
There's still time. Go to the Lord's manor. Show him.
I'm not really your son, am I?
The woman fell silent
For a moment, observing me. I could see the resemblance between us, yes. And I had no memories of my mother. It'd be nice if she were to show back up one day. but it just wasn't likely. This whole thing felt extremely contrived.
Discussions will progress much smoother if we both know what the other wants out of this arrangement.
Oh no. Discussions will progress much smoother if we both know what we want out of the arrangement. Start by telling me who you really are. Were you actually a maidservant for the previous lord? She gave a nod, then walked over to a grimy shelf and retrieved a ring that looked very much out of place. It was made of gold, engraved with an elaborate insignia.
Look at this, it's the Barnier family crest. The previous lord gave me the ring as a gift, and I've kept it ever since, even after our relationship was discovered and I was chased out. I didn't sell it because I knew I was with child. They'll have no choice to acknowledge you as a legitimate heir if you show them this ring.
Why'd you wait so long to come find me then?
I was afraid they might kill you if I brought you in as a baby.
Why were we separated?
Misfortune. One day bandits came and kidnapped you. Presumably they were hired by the Barnier estate because they didn't want your existence coming to light. I consider it a miracle you're still alive.
I can only imagine the stern look on my face when I listened to the woman speak. Part of me did indeed want to take everything she said as true. Wanted to believe I was someone important. But I couldn't convince myself I had anything other than a commoner's blood run through my veins. It appears you've done your research. I don't have any other family to the best of my knowledge, which does indeed make me a good candidate for you to step in and claim your stake on it. If I were to guess, your child with the Lord has either passed away or never existed at all. It's probably true that you worked at the Barnier Manor, and it's probably true that you had relations with the former Lord. You were chased out and now you live in poverty. You want to go back to your former, more comfortable life, and while you're at it, take vengeance on the current Lord. But being a woman, you have no means of accomplishing that yourself. So you came up with the idea of using a fake son. If your child were still alive, he'd be right about my age, wouldn't he? And we would look similar enough for you to convince him to claim we're related. But the biggest reason you chose me is because I made something of a name for myself. Because I was one of the people involved in inciting the revolt 3 years ago. The perfect choice to spearhead a revolution. How dramatic. The man who set the Lord slaves free was secretly his family. The people would eat it right up. So how far off am I? For some time the woman sat in silence. Eventually she broke it, not by yelling in anger or desperately trying to refute me, but with a smile. I knew very well what lurked behind that smile too. Scorn.
You're sharp for a filthy peasant. It would seem I chose wisely.
I was right. She was a manipulative, conniving shyster. But that I could work with. That fits so much better. I wasn't royalty. I wasn't a hero. I was a filthy peasant. I'm in. The first thing I did after agreeing to work with the woman was not to approach the Lord, but to reveal my false lineage to accomplices. They all thought I was joking until I showed them the ring.
Yeah, gotta have a lot of people know before you go and approach someone big. As for because they could just kill you and no one would know. You have to tell them, oh, I live, I'm real, I exist. There are people who know you killed me if I die.
Then their dreams of revolution started seeming far more realistic. Maria was the one exception. Not only did she not believe me, she tried to stop me from going through with the scheme.
Haven't you had enough danger for one life? Come on, forget about all this revolution stuff. We can build up a new brothel and stay low for the rest of our days. Does that really sound so bad? You're the only friend I've got left, Jacopo. She said, somewhat desperately.
I sympathized with her concerns, but I didn't want to let this chance to gain some real power slip away. I was done having things taken away from me.
Yeah, and all fair to him, because...
Hear me, fellow citizens, who live in suffering at the hands of your supposed Lord. Within me flows the blood of the previous Lord. I am the rightful heir. Behold the Barnier's golden ring, proof that I am of noble birth.
victims of this terrible tyrant. The time has come to start new, and I shall be the one to lead you down that path. The poor, the hungry, the deprived, all of you, stand with me. My call to arms stoked the flames in the people's heart. When the assault on the Lord's manor began, there was an inferno of righteous justice. No one was thinking straight. I was about the only one with something resembling a clear head amidst the chaos. If I really were a hero, then I would have rejoiced in that glorious day, that momentous turning point in the city's history. I would have been honored and have led the charge. But this is all about one woman's avarice and desire for vengeance. This is all about one man's lamentations of his own weakness. I wasn't motivated by any desire to help this people. The Lord backed into a corner, begged for his life. I decapitated him, and held his severed head up for the people. Their cheers and shouts filled the air. As I watched them rejoice, I wondered, was this the future that awaited me? Would the people come after me next? Was my head going to be the one, their hands one day? Yeah, it will. The king and the others acknowledged my royalty, though it was less because I had the Barnier's ring, more because they thought that was the best way to prevent things from getting any messier. So with their approval, I formally became the lord of the land. I also assumed the former lord's name, because despite his reputation for his people, it was a name people knew, and one that held far more clout than my own. And just like that, my long-time dream of power came true. That said, simply becoming the lord didn't mean everything had fallen neatly into place. Many of the local noble families accused me of acquiring my rank illegitimately. They waited, fangs bared, for me to slip up. They even tried to set me up on more than one occasion. I couldn't trust anyone. On top of that, if I took too long making the improvements I'd promised the people, they would start saying I was just as much of a tyrant as the previous lord. There was only so much I could do at once, especially with my hands so full of fending off the vulturous nobles.
So he only placated the people who were of immediate harm, which was like the merchants. He didn't help the nobles. He helped the merchants, the people who would fund a revolution, which kept them in power. Because that's all he could do.
Exhaustion soon began to set in.
Yeah, Jacopo became middle management.
This wasn't the world I was looking for. The one I wanted to show Morgana. It was day after draining day of betrayal, constantly having to look over my shoulder, fighting to meet unrealistic expectations. I was starting to lose sight of who I was as a person. I couldn't let anyone see me looking weak. They would see it as an opportunity to take advantage of me, to manipulate me, to eliminate me. I needed power to protect myself from those people. Attaining rank was only the first step. I needed even more power, enough to ensure no one would ever be giving me orders, could ever play me for a fool. I turned my attention first to bolstering the economy. I provided subsidies to merchants in the city, expanded trade routes. I made it known that people of any skin color, even those not welcome in other territories, were welcome in my land, trying to bring some vitality to the city. The previous lord had evidently loved to throw parties, squandering away nearly all the tax money on his own entertainment. If he had left me more to work with, I would have used it to clean up and repair the slums. But for the time being, that had to remain another item on the checklist. I needed more money flowing through the city as a whole before I could make any headway on fixing up the poorer areas.
Yeah, and that is really the brutal cycle of like managing money for rich people and things like that, huh? Like, the money is not going to go into anyone else's pockets other than like the merchants. Like, he's doing this with the promise of money. And of course there is kind of more money, but not enough to actually really do anything actionable. So like those slums are like never gonna get taken care of. And then like no merchant would support losing money on helping people that wouldn't benefit them. The brutal cycle.
Helping the people who needed it most quickly became a secondary objective. I had a pretty good idea what my former accomplices still in the slums were saying about me. They used us. I could practically hear them whispering. Some of them even started publicly slandering me in an attempt to undermine my authority, claiming I wasn't suited to be in a position of power because I spent most of my life in the slums. It wasn't long before they had convinced the people I was just another tyrant. I had hoped that they, if no one else, would have sympathized with my position, realized that I had every intention of helping them, and that I simply didn't have the resources for it yet. But no one saw what I was doing. No one believed me, even when I tried to explain. In one case, I invited an old companion to the manor to discuss matters, but the meeting only turned into an attempt on my life. Having absolutely no one I could trust, no one I could call an ally, hit me a lot harder than I expected. It twisted my worldview beyond recognition. I had no need for sympathy. I couldn't show care for anyone, otherwise someone would inevitably use it against me, old friends and strangers alike. In fact, those who knew me best, those who were aware of where I had come from, what I had been before, were the ones who fought the hardest to tear me down. Rules needed to be created, punishments established. I couldn't allow anyone to take this power from me. Anyone who so much as suggested I had come from the slums.
It is like such a hard position to be in too. That has been everyone's case though, like everyone's position had something kind of fucked up. Well, maybe not so much Yukimasa Bestia, other than the fact that he had to deal with the racism, which did suck. He was a like foreigner in a foreign land, which does suck. But like, it seemed like the people of the land were treating him well. Like, he didn't have to be killing dudes, is all I'm saying. But like with Jacopo and Mel, it's like, you know, Mel was put in a hard place. I get that. And Jacopo, in order to retain the power that he needs to help people, like the environment and people he had to deal with kind of pushed him away from that. And I don't know how you would approach this scenario. Like, I don't know how you, as like someone with little power who comes into that power and has to deal with all the people who exist with that power and have existed with that power forever, who are trying to take that away from you, how you fight that and like also help the people that you were there with from the start, you know? Like, the change that comes that helps people, I think, is the gradual one. Like, usurping power immediately kind of historically hasn't really ever ended well for like the people and the people in power, right? I mean, I don't know if it's just like propaganda, right? But I've heard like most revolutions tend to eventually like end up in another revolution, you know? And that is because like the surge in power makes it very difficult to make good on promises. And the people who remain in power that weren't like the head end up being like still there to make it harder for the person who eventually like took that power. It's a tough act. It's a very tough act. It's got to be gradual. It's got to be grassroots. It's got to be like, it's got to come from the people, but the people in power, make it hard for that to come to fruition, I'll say. Yeah, usurpation needs to be more concise and cruel. Exactly. Literally everyone needs to die or nothing will change. We would be a brutal lord. Maybe. Yeah, Machiavellianism has a lot of good to read on that. We've never read Machiavelli, but I'd be interested. Anyone who dared disrespect me had to be eliminated. All threats exterminated before they could reach me. Somewhere along the line, I lost sight of my original dream. Lost all my desire to do right by the people I cared about.
Hell, I didn't have anyone to do right by anymore. Why did I need to climb to the top of the ladder? So no one could kill me. Why did I want money? So no one could mock me. Why did I want power? So no one could oppose me. 4 years passed, and I found myself in a very distant place. Miracle blood. Sounds like a sham to me.
You know what? And this is kind of like the exact same reasoning I have why I don't like what's the word? The entrepreneur grind set person who came into wealth very, very quickly mentality. I will respect someone who has come into wealth after working for it for a very long time. But someone who was the kind of influencer that's oh yeah, I'm betting on stupid shit and getting lots of money and profiting off of stuff that feels cruel. There is no good in their heart, I fear. What about lottery winning? Yeah, that's fine. That's a chance thing. It is a little different there, I feel. Because it genuinely, the odds are miraculous. That money just goes into, the tax system mostly. It matters very heavily about, how you handle it afterwards. But I feel the people who are in it for that quick dollar and, play it up as something that, they were the one responsible for doing and, basking in that, brutality, I want to say. In that sheer individualism is the kind of person I hate, is what I'm trying to get at. I think it's individualism that I really don't enjoy. When someone is that I got mine and if you couldn't do it, then you just suck more and things like that. It's yeah. I mean, of course, Jacopo isn't that person, but he is maybe making that character to keep himself from getting hurt again by the people that are betraying him. Yeah, some individual traits just aren't compatible with money, yeah. Which is unfortunate to say, being fully real, I don't think I would be good with money. I would want to help too many people and do too many things to make things better, where that money wouldn't last. I don't know.
Miracle blood sounds like a sham to me. You never know.
Wait. You never know. They say the sound of her first cry brought rain to the land where she was born, saving the whole village from drought. And they say her blood was the power to cure any disease. One day, a curious rumor came to my attention. The kind of whispering I wouldn't usually put much stock into. It was said that there was a witch living in a cottage by the lake. Few had ever seen her face, but they claimed she had the same voice as a girl who had supposedly performed miracles several years earlier in a faraway village. Whenever you strike gold, rule number 1, be quiet. Yeah, that is a thing. I feel I would have to be quiet about it and just... I would keep my help anonymous. There will be signs. Things that happen around me may be better. The environments that I exist in may improve. But I shan't say.
People love their stories of heroes and miracles. And if I could show some support for their churches, or for the churches, then maybe people would stop complaining I was focusing too much on the economy. So I devised a plot to capture the witch and make use of our miracle blood. It would establish a new church. I would establish a new church, have it be run by a nun the city had been fawning over some time. They call her the Saintess. My environment wouldn't change because I'm still the same person. Yeah, I mean, fair is fair, but I guess what I'm trying to say is, if I had money, I would invest it in my community and make it so, people who need the help get their help. I would invest in,
gardens and like transportation and, you know, things like that that would make it easier for everyone to get like through their day. Like I've said it before, I'm not a fan of cars. I mean, I like cars, they have their uses, but like if I could live in a city or like somewhere where like a car wouldn't be a necessity, like of course, like you're probably gonna need to rent a car to like transport things like furniture and the like, but I don't think I need a car, you know? Like if it were up to me, I would vastly prefer the walkability and like everything to be of ease to the people who need it, like around me. Cause it sucks to like, I've been in that scenario where like I needed a car and didn't have one, and time works differently when you don't have a car and you need to like get around. Cause like your 10-minute commute is like another 40-minute commute for that person. That is 40 minutes that they're not getting back. And that's like to and from, you know? Like a person who has transportation makes life easier for everyone. Yeah, I'd rather get an exoskeleton that same price for the price of a car to walk healthily. Yeah. I mean, eventually it will wear on you, but I think that wear also does train you. Like the walking improves your health. And I think the wear on your bones is like maybe vastly outweighed by the wear of like the cardiovascular system being improved every day. I think a lot of people do sit around a lot. I mean, I myself am guilty of that. When I don't work, my ass is like only hitting like 2,000 steps, 3,000 steps. And I know not everyone can do it, but like, you've got to get out there and do something. If you don't get out of there and do something, you stagnate. And that's like far worse for your health than any sort of food you eat. I want that Death Stranding exoskeleton, yeah. Like, I would say I don't eat very well, but because I do move around, it's okay. I mean, it's not okay, but like it's obviously better than me like really having health issues. Anyways, so I devised a plot to capture the witch and make use of her miracle blood. I would establish a new church, have it be run by a nun the city had been fawning over for some time. They call her the Saint. And sorry, I gotta go back to the transportation tangent. Like, going on the whole like 40-minute commute versus the 10-minute. If people didn't have to commute 40 minutes, that 40-minute or that extra 30 minutes gets turned into like 30 minutes they could be using to improve themselves. Like the time saved from good transportation, where like anyone can get that sort of like anyone can get anywhere without having to be like reliant on having the money to support that system, would have like a lot of people in much better places, I feel. There I would take the witch's blood and call it a miracle medicine, distributing it in exchange for tithes, which the people would certainly come for in droves. And if the blood somehow did happen to have special powers, then that would make the scheme much more effective. I'll worry about the veracity of the rumors later. Right now, all I want is for you to capture her and bring her to me. I was too busy to handle capturing the witch myself. So I went and found someone to handle it for me. He was a former slave who had several years back massacred an entire carriage of slaves, and the slave traders transported them. Obviously not an upstanding citizen, but there was little doubt he would have any trouble apprehending a single witch. The biggest reason I chose him, though, was because he was enamored with the nun. I honestly thought it was rather hilarious. A murderer falling in love with a nun. Yeah, Yukimasa mentioned. We are in that Yukimasa time. We're not much farther then, so damn. He must have oh my gosh, that's so fucking tragic for him, dude. Oh my god, that hurts. For him to do all of this for Morgana and not see that the person he was capturing and hurting was Morgana himself, like herself. Like that's poetic irony right there. That is so poetic and so tragic.
I'd been expecting the man to object, but he agreed almost without hesitation. There was a mansion out in the outskirts of the city, which the previous lord had built for himself and had gone unused since his death. It was there I decided to keep the witch, and it was there I decided to establish the church.
Yeah. See, if he took her back to the mansion, that would have made it a plot point. That would have been like, oh, I'm back where I started. That's fucked up. But no, she never knew that she was so close. She might have only thought that she might have gotten far. She might have thought she got farther than she was.
The nun would have ample space there to provide temporary shelter to the sick and needy. I thought with what little remained of my conscience, I was doing the right thing. If one witch, probably an old woman at that, was all it cost to accomplish such good, then a worthy sacrifice it was. In an ideal world, it wouldn't matter young or old. A human being was an unacceptable price for anything. But this was far from an ideal world. So I decided that taking what little remained of this woman's life was the best. No, the only acceptable course of action. She would probably despise me for it, but I would gladly accept her hatred in exchange for the benefits her blood would bring the city. It's our responsibility to offer a helping hand to the sick and the poor, to pray for the abandoned souls.
Yeah, see, like, that's the problem, right? Like, this is why I don't mind taxes. Like, of course it's gonna fucking suck, and it's inhumane to put someone through all the suffering for everyone. That suffering has to be, like, spread throughout everyone for everyone to benefit. It's just like... Yeah, Morgana's own words too, yeah. Yeah, he remembered them.
Morgana's words from years back popped into my head. I believe that, as aggressive, self-centered, and utterly lacking compassion as my methods may have been, I was following that mantra. I was offering a helping hand to people who needed it in the only way I knew how. I wasn't so dense as to think she would approve of me making an old woman pay the price for my charity, though. Doing this made me no better than a thug. But everything has a price. For every extravagant feast held, a dozen people go the night without food. That's simply the way of the world. I was no god. I was no saint. I had blood on my hands. I was a villain. I knew no way to accomplish good without doing bad. After the swordsman departed, I took some time to myself. I filled the goblet with water, smelled it, then gave it a bit to my pet dog before gulping down the rest.
He has a dog? He was gonna kill his dog?
Are you still out there, Simon Morgana? What would you think of me if you saw what I'd become? Several days later than originally planned, the swordsman finally arrived at the mansion. I had chosen the observation tower on the grounds for the witch's prison, and it was there I waited for him. He showed up with the burlap sack, swung over his shoulder, set it down on the ground and said, "Here's your witch."
Yeah, dog has the position of poison tester, damn. I would never poison my dog. But I would also never poison a person, I hope. I would not let the money change me, I say. The money will change me. But I believe it wouldn't.
There's your witch. There's your witch. I could only hear muffled grunting from inside the sack, but it didn't sound like an old woman inside. The man's clothes and the bag both reeked of blood. Tell me you didn't harm her, dog. I smell blood. You only instructed me not to kill her. Mistakes were made. Limbs were lost. I cleaned up all the blood I got on me. No one suspected anything. That you were able to immediately recognize it as the smell of blood says quite a lot, Lord. You have killed before, haven't you? Enough yapping. She is alive, yes? Of course. I felt a tinge of guilt for the woman, but it didn't last long. Her role in my scheme and the fate that awaited her was the same regardless of the condition she arrived in. I tossed my gaze from the man to the bag. He crouched down to untie it, revealing a young girl with one arm severed. As soon as I saw her, I knew exactly who that girl was. But why? What was she doing in that bag? Why was she the lakeside witch? What was she doing here? Why was she so pale and shaken? Why had I ordered her captured? How could I have done that?
He really hit that button. You know what I'm talking about, right? Would you press the button that gave you $2 million, but it kills a random person? Bro lost his like 1 in a million. He hit that button and it ended up being like the one person he cared about.
How could I have done that? How could I have let this happen to her? Morgana. My voice was hoarse and rattling. She looked up at me, her face just as disfigured and hideous as it had been 4 years before. My mind flashed back to her birthday. So when I had considered offering to take her as my lifetime partner, if her face hadn't healed in 4 years' time. Is that you?
Oh man.
Is that you? The question yanked me out of my memories. You remember me?
Did Morgana remember me? He lost his ability to, like, not have her know it was him.
The 3 years we spent together, what kind of person I'd been. The boy who had refused to give up putting ointment on her face. Those horribly unromantic encounters in the graveyard. Her taking shots at me taking shots at her. All that time we'd shared. How could I ever forget?
Oh, how could I ever forget?
Morgana, she remembered me.
How could I ever forget all the pain and humiliation you put me through?
She doesn't know. She thinks this is the Lord.
How could I ever forget the blood sabbats you so loved to hold?
What was she talking about?
Haven't had enough, have you? Leaving scars on every inch of my body wasn't enough for you. You haven't had your fill of my blood.
No, that wasn't me. I was the one who would try to heal those wounds.
You're the man who bound me, cut me up, called me a witch, then tried to kill me. I haven't forgotten you even for a moment.
Yeah, she didn't know about the riot and Jacopo used the old lord's name. So she can't see. Is she blindfolded? Or is she like delirious from the loss of blood?
No, Morgana. I was the man who rescued you from him.
I don't care how much my father preaches forgiveness. That's the one thing you'll never get from me. I despise you with all my soul. I revile you with every fiber of my being. For every scar you gave me.
Yeah, she didn't know about the riot. Why would she know? She stayed away from people. Yeah, I mean, she wouldn't know about Jacopo becoming the new lord, but she knew Jacopo was there freeing her from the old lord. Right? Because the slave boy is who saved... Jacopo is the one who saved Morgana and brought her to the brothel.
For every scar you gave me, I give you a lifetime of hatred.
No, Morgana.
Yeah, she assumed he was dead. Yeah, I mean, she did, but like, even then, like, I feel like if you saw someone who looked and sounded like the person that you thought was dead, maybe, like, that would be enough to, like, question it, you know? Yeah, her sight and hearing is plotfully rejecting everything Barnier says or looks like, I guess, yeah. I mean, I'm just gonna have to believe that she's like blindfolded, and because it's been so long, she's forgotten the sound of his voice.
I was not aware you knew the Witch Lord.
His voice made my blood run cold. I didn't just know her. Morgana was. This man, the Lord. He destroyed me, mind and body.
No, that was another man. He was already dead. I'd just taken his place. I had come from the slums. I'd been part of the slave revolt. I knew I had to tell her.
He ruined my life.
But between the sting of Morgana's accusations and my need to protect my current position, I couldn't muster the strength to do it.
He should have said something. This is why he was doing all of this. He should have said something. But the guilt was too heavy to bear. That is why there were 3 keys. He wasn't gonna let anyone else get him out of this.
But between the sting of Morgana's accusations and my need to protect my current position, I couldn't muster the strength to do it. If someone were to find out I wasn't a legitimate royalty, that I'd come from the slums, then everything I had worked so hard to build up for who though, would come crumbling down.
Yeah, guilt too heavy to say and abhorrence too deep to see and hear. Yeah.
Do I really think it hasn't already? All I had left was my power, my rank. Is that what I actually wanted? I couldn't afford to lose that too. When did I first start straying from the path? Yes, I know her. Or I knew her years ago. I see. What do you want to do then, Lord? You look sick. This doesn't change anything. We lock the witch up and proceed as planned. Why? Why couldn't I tell her the truth? How? How could I keep her imprisoned? What did I wanted power for in the first place? Would anyone ever believe me if I said this wasn't how I wanted things to turn out?
Man.
Would anyone ever believe me? Before me floats a man twisted and writhing in pain. Although whether what I'm looking at could be said to resemble a human is a difficult question. It's a hazy, indistinct shape, on the precipice of being consumed by darkness everlasting. I know very well what I'm looking at. The moments before a man's soul shatters. Did I do the same thing to him that Morgana did to me? Was it I who summoned the darkness? Who laid the past bare?
Oh, wait, is this... This is Michelle, huh?
Before me floats a man twisted and writhing in pain.
Although whether what I'm looking at could be said to resemble a human is a difficult question. It's a hazy, indistinct shape on the precipice of being consumed by darkness everlasting. I know very well what I'm looking at. The moment before a man's soul shatters. Did I do the same thing to him that Morgana did to me? Was it I who summoned the darkness? Who laid the past bare? Who forced him to relive those moments? To experience once more everything he felt, everything he thought? Who put him through that despair a second time? I can only imagine how he must have felt, causing someone he once cared for so much pain. Things he did are abhorrent, more than deserving of reproach, and it would undoubtedly be easier for him to simply vanish into the eternal abyss. But I can't allow that to happen. He still has work to do. His story is essential.
It's almost certain Morgana still doesn't know who he really is. He needs to face her. To reveal the truth with his own words. That's the only way we're going to get her to have a change of heart. But that's not all he has to say to her either. So I must bring him back. Pull him out of the darkness. I grab the man by the arm and begin scouring the blackness for an exit. After some time, I see a speck glistening high above. So I make my way upward, back into the harsh light of the real world. Damn. Is it though? This is the same fireplace. The darkness parts and we reemerge in the dining hall. The man is still straddling me, dagger held above his head, just as he had been before our trek into the past. His eyes are open wide and his hand is trembling. A few moments later, his fingers go slack, and the blade slips from his grasp, piercing the wood floor by my face. Hey, what was that? Did everyone see? I swear I saw some kind of black cloud or something.
What happened to you two?
Neither of you saw any of that. Saw what? They didn't see his memories. If you didn't see anything, then don't worry about it. The necklace. That must have been the key to unlocking his memories. Like when I touched the mirror in the mansion. I have no idea why certain objects show me different memories. It's things that bring him back. Because Michelle probably spent some time looking in the mirror, right? I don't know. But I've got what I need, I think. I'm fairly certain the white-haired girl is Morgana now. The things Jacopo did to her and felt for her behind the third door have much in common with him and Morgana in this life. Why? Did you dig that up? How the hell did you do that? Why did you show me my former self? Why did you make me watch that? Why didn't you tell her? Had you only opened your mouth and told Morgana the truth? Told her you weren't the previous lord? Told her who you really were? Things could have turned out differently. Turned out differently how? No one would have only worsened her pain. No, it wouldn't have. I think the pain of losing an arm maybe, like, is better than being fucking bloodlet in a tower for like weeks on end, or however the fuck long they were doing it.
Yes, you're exactly right. The man who once saved her is now the source of our misery. How would knowing that do anything but cause her more despair? Least you could have done then was let her go free. I'd already put money into setting up the church here. Her arm had been cut off. There was no turning back. You can't go back from that. You could have, yes. You could have stopped then and there. Don't act like you know anything. You couldn't possibly comprehend the weight on my shoulders, you dirty peasant. You're right, I can't, and I'll be damned if I want to. To hell with understanding the feelings of a man who could so easily lose sight of what mattered most for so little power. Money, power. That's not what you really wanted to hold dear. So why couldn't you let go of that? Why did you have to go and let what mattered most slip through your fingers? Had you done anything, it wouldn't have had to come to this. I couldn't have let people know where I came from. I needed wealth, rank. No, you didn't need any of that.
Yeah, he thinks he might have been betrayed again, like her mom, if she knew Jacopo was the Lord. Yeah. I mean, there's that too, but I feel like it's just something he had to say. Like, it's one of those things that's better being said than, like, being unsaid. Which is, like, most things in this story. It's like, everything would have been better if someone said something about it right when it happened. When they knew it was, like, that bridge too far. I mean, maybe not Bestia, but, like, I don't know where Bestia's bridge too far was. Bestia's bridge too far appears to him after the fact, I fear. Bestia is like a product. He becomes a monster because of these two, I feel. But even then, like, he's still kind of monstrous. Do you have any idea how much Morgana treasured her time with you and Maria? Do you know how much she described that, or do you know how she described that period as one of the brightest chapters of her life? Those 3 years she spent at the brothel until it was attacked. She said that was where she learned how to find joy in life. Enough. She would never say any of that. Why do you refuse to believe me? It would hurt him too much. She never opened up to anyone. That's all just your fantasy. What you want to see in her. You're trying to convince me of something that was never there. No, I think he's right, Lord. I believe she did feel that way. The day I killed that carriage full of slaves 4 years ago, this girl you're talking about, she was there. What? That can't. And she said this to me before I began my massacre. I'm sad because I didn't get the chance to show gratitude to people very dear to me. She was crying as she did that. So that's who she was talking about. It was you. There's no way. When exactly did the brothel attack 4 years ago take place? It was the winter. I see. Winter 4 years ago was when I met the girl too. That reminds me. She mentioned something unpleasant about her 4 years ago during one of our conversations. That she was forced to part ways with the people who taught her that humans are capable of kindness. She was talking about you. There's still time. You can still set Morgana free. You can still reveal your true self to her. She was likely in shock that day, not seeing or thinking straight. She still thinks you're someone else. Hearing you were the Lord, it set something off inside her, preventing her from seeing who you really were. Her time in the previous Lord's captivity left scars even deeper than she knew. So all it took was that one word, and in her eyes you became him. Which isn't to say you haven't caused her much pain yourself, but I still believe your truth is the key to allaying her hatred. Hey man, Gaga, hello Flash, good to see you. We're about to change fate. But I still believe your truth is the key to allaying her hatred. It will change her perception of the world. I'm certain of it. And we saw Jacopo's true story, and like, man, is it tragic. He let the money change him and wasn't ready to let it go because he thought he went too far. And because of that, he stayed in that, like, fucked up place ever since. So please, release Morgana and spill your heart for her. I was planning to end it all with the Harvest Festival. What? I was already planning to set her free then. I knew damn well it was much too little,
Much too late. But I needed an excuse to face her. Some occasion to give me that last nudge. So I told myself that was going to be the day. That's when I was going to do it. And that was the day she died. But you had to show up out of nowhere digging up my past. Throwing all my plans out the window. You still think I'm the reason your carefully laid plans fell apart? I'll let her go. During the Harvest Festival.
That's gonna be too late, man.
Tomorrow she goes free. Tomorrow's too late. What difference does it make? When the bell tolls noon on the day of the Harvest Festival, Morgana dies. I've had more than enough of your so-called prophecies. I'm done. Why do you still refuse to believe me? I'm not making anything up. I'm from the future. I know how this ends. Having an occasion and a plan can certainly make it easier to take action. But you can't just wait for the right occasion for everything. Sometimes if you don't act on something as soon as you've decided to do it, you'll miss your chance. In your next life, you'll make the same mistakes. You lock someone up that you care about, eventually causing her to break down entirely. And you're so fixated on waiting for the right occasion, you completely destroy any chance of salvaging anything. If you're set on releasing her, then release her. Jacopo! Stop being so goddamn fixed on your occasions already! Enough. Damn you. You're right. You don't have to tell me I'm being a fool. I'll do it. Right now I'll do it. I'll release her. Thank you for making up your mind. I didn't make the lock require 3 keys because the weight was too much to bear alone. It was because having others with me would force me to keep up the Lord facade, to prevent me from letting anything slip. Or maybe I was just waiting, hoping someone would betray me, make me pay. Pathetic, I know. You can have the necklace. It belongs to you. Though I doubt Morgana will accept it, I hope you'll still attempt to give it to her yourself. Will you do that? Where did you get that anyways? From Maria. I thought she would have thrown it out by now. I assume she doesn't think very highly of me. Be honest with me. She was planning to kill you. Maybe that would have been for the best. To her, nothing but a power-hungry traitor. The necklace. I'll take it. Here you are. Damn. When he takes the necklace, Jacopo looks at it as though he's on the verge of tears. Whether from the pressure of not wanting to lose face or simply because he was no longer able to. He doesn't actually shed any, though. The other two just stand there and watch him quietly. Neither of them saw the visions of the past, but they don't pry either. Our exchange was probably sufficient to give them an idea of what happened, even if they don't know the details. Clutching the necklace in one hand, Jacopo takes up the head of the procession set to the observation tower. While it lasts for a brief moment, I see an image of a young man that he used to be in his slightly slouched shoulders.
Okay. So I know, but I think this is going to be where we pause it. I hope that we don't open the door right now. Yeah. This has got to be where we call it. I feel like, I don't know. It might be a short stream next session, but like, I feel like it might not be. When did we last save? Just now. I feel like for sure, it feels like next stream is going to be the last one. If I play any more, it's probably going to be like another 2 hours. And I feel like, yeah, GG, I also need to sleep for work. Yeah, it's like, both me too. Because like, I got to get up early. I got to make something. Yeah. So like, I'm probably not going to stream tomorrow. We're not going to have another Mobius Monday, but I will probably do something on Tuesday. I need to see when fucking Trails Through Daybreak comes out. What day is it again? Because I want to stream that as soon as it comes out, if it's possible. Or Daybreak? I mean Beyond the Horizon. I'm a little Daybreak pilled. Because I need to make my schedule for next week. And yeah, it comes out on the 15th. Okay. So in 3 days, it comes out on Thursday. Ooh, okay. We're gonna play it on Thursday. I normally don't play on Thursday, but I really want to play it. I might do an early stream though, because I usually make plans in the afternoon with someone, and yeah. So we'll plan for like a 3 o'clock. What if you play it earlier with the demo? Oh, you know, I could. I very well could. But Jeremy, do you know like how much of the demo there is? Like, will I finish the demo, or is it like a Trails in the Sky first chapter scenario where like it's the entire first chapter and like it lasts much longer than than like you would expect the normal demo to go? Because if it's the entire first chapter, it's long. Okay. We might play the demo on Tuesday then. We're gonna play the demo on Tuesday. On Wednesday, I might finish Monochrome Mobius. No, hold on. Pause. Yeah, I'm gonna give it some thought, because Wednesday we could go back to Dying Light 2. Then Thursday we could finish Monochrome Mobius. Friday... Oh wait, not Thursday. Thursday it's busy too. Friday we can finish Monochrome Mobius. Saturday we can hop back on Xenogears, and Sunday we can finish Fata Morgana. I think that's where we're at. Because we finished our Halo 2 playthrough. And that was a little more time sensitive. Yeah, the story demo is 2 hours plus, and the battle demo is just for fun. Okay. It starts at like the very beginning of the game though. Yeah. Yeah, 2 hours plus is good. Like, we'll probably run about 3. That's not even including like how long I'm gonna take to like maybe like geek out and like check out the new systems and do all the reading and stuff. I think doing all the reading is maybe like the big play, the big time gap, because it might be like 2 hours plus for just playing it, but like if I'm reading through it, maybe longer. Who knows? Yeah, reading is gonna be 3 hours. Yeah. So anyways, this is gonna be where we call it for the night. Man, every session in this game makes me love it more and more. Like, as long as the game does not fumble the very like last part, as long as we don't hit like a Game of Thrones scenario where like the final season sucked, supposedly. I can't speak for it, I never watched Game of Thrones. This is the type of shit that I feel like I want to recommend to everyone, much like Trails, much like Utawara Ramono, much like Outer Wilds. But I feel like this like kind of ekes out on top. I feel like the aesthetic speaks to a lot of people. I feel like the story is very like poignant. The music is like some of the best. I will have my like I finished Fata Morgana talk when I finish it, but for now, like that's what I'll say. Anyways, that is going to do it for me for the night. I need to go ahead and get myself something to eat for real, because like maybe like 3 hours ago I was hungry and it's been yeah. So that is going to be it for me. Make sure to like and subscribe, as it does help out immensely. For everyone who stopped by, for everyone who stuck around, thank you so much. Always appreciate the company. You know, something I was thinking about doing, which I totally wasn't aware of, I might do a Twitch affiliate push sometime in the future. I feel like that might be cool, because like I was looking at the affiliate stuff and it really is just me getting people to like be on the Twitch chat. Cause like we're right here. Hold on, let me make it big. Like if I can just get like 4 people to hang around on 4 different days, or 3 people to hang around on 4 different days, we can become an affiliate, and that might be kind of cool. But yeah, that is gonna be it for me tonight. GG's, thank you. And until next time, take care, y'all. Peace. Time to watch Twitch, I guess. Yeah, y'all have been like crazy with it. I really do appreciate y'all sticking around. So yeah, till next time. Good night. Take care. Happy Monday. We will be seeing you on Tuesday for some trails beyond the horizon. Peace.